complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're gonna save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Hello and welcome, Madden fans. We are here and we are live. The Rally Cry Collegiate Series featuring Madden 24 continues now. I'm FBI Tugboat here with my man Navanta. Navanta, how are we feeling on the day?
Well, you know, it's Saturday, so it's the best time for that football, but also championships are in the air, so I feel just a little bit more up in my heels there, Tugboat. I'm excited.
Very, very much excited as well, my friend. We have had I guess across almost an 8-week period now, 4 different qualifiers, a whole lot going down, and still 8 players now vying the top 4 positions. We've been talking about this for such a long time. Both of us have been so excited about it. It almost feels unreal that it is finally here. Now, folks, we're gonna be splitting up our grand final, our finals going into the grand finals. Across our 2 days. First and foremost, today we'll have our first match from our first round of the top side of this bracket. It'll be a double elimination now, no single elimination like we had during our open qualifiers. And we'll be doing about half of it today. We'll be even doing a lower bracket match as well before rounding all of this up going into the grand finals tomorrow. Because what we all know about grand finals, right, Navanta?
Oh, absolutely. First of all, the best weekend to do it, 316 day if you're a wrestling fan, and then St. Patrick's Day tomorrow if you are a fan of Luck of the Irish. But you're absolutely right. It's all about prizes. It's all about the cash. Let's see how this breaks down. And see, it's $5,000 are going to be on the line throughout this tournament. But it's basically broken down between our top winners. But the more important thing is this: the winner of the whole enchilada has a chance. No, not a chance. Will be appearing at the NFL draft in April in Detroit.
Sir, it's April 25th through 27th. The grand finalists, both of them, who are going to be going in playing in those grand finals, are going to be playing on the lights and the sounds of the next generation of actual NFL talent on the field. That is just insanely exciting. Insanely exciting. Absolutely love it. Absolutely.
If this year's draft is anything like last year's draft, it's going to be absolutely electric, especially for our Texans. Let's go, because I'm kind of biased. Houston's up. But yeah, just to be in the room with so many luminaries and dignitaries showing the world that you're good at this game and it's beyond a game is fantastic. A fantastic experience for all those involved. But to do that, you have to go through this time. Double elimination here in our championship weekend, which means you do get a bit of a lifeline if you do lose. But hey, look, no one wants to lose on stream, right? You want to push everything forward, baby.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Lights and the sounds and the pressure in your face. How do you control it and how do you deal with it? We're going to find it out here on the day. This will be the same exact format-wise through our regular season qualifiers, right? We're going to be doing 5-minute quarters, with an accelerated clock, as well as the best of 3 format as well. No one and dones. And of course, you get second opportunity coming in. A classic double elimination bracket where the grand finalists will see the player coming in from the lower side of the bracket. Top side of the bracket will be finished off a little bit earlier, and then we'll figure out all the fun grand finals rules once we get there, folks. Let's talk a little bit more about the day here specifically. We have 2 very familiar names here on the broadcast. First, Navanta, that is Neighbor, and that is Juice Tay.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting word from production that both of them will be represented by the Buffalo Bills, which is also a team we love so much. Give us a little bit of a spicy approach to things, but both these teams are heavy hitters, and both these teams have very unique styles. It'd be kind of fun to see how they clash.
Yes, the defensive powerhouses that is the Buffalo Bills, right? 2 of them playing on the field here. is going to be absolutely electrifying. Devont, you and I spent, let's be honest, probably half of the open qualifiers with Chiefs versus Chiefs, and that just gets old after a while. There are only so many Travis Kelce's. There are only so many Marquise Scantling. I don't know why after like 9 weeks, I've known the man's name for many years before that I can't continuously get his name right.
You know what?
I just don't get it.
Sometimes it's a block. I always forget about Pacheco until you bring him up. So
Oh.
I totally understand. But
Just
you're
forget.
absolutely right. Imagine having so many different mirror matches. There's always been
Yeah.
Chiefs versus Chiefs, but I think this is our first Bills versus Bills that I was a part of here this season. So it'd be kind of cool to see who has a little bit more of an edge here. But a thing about mirror matches, you can't blame the playbook. It comes down to skill, right? Yeah, there's some
Very
things you
true.
can tweak, a lot of audibles you can do, but it really comes down to play command and play selection and execution when it's all said and done.
Yeah, like whoever is gonna know this team the best and then go forth and really ply their will on the virtual football field today was going to come out on top. Of course, you can pick your own offense, defensive playbook, but let's get it going here. Neutral territory. This is Juice Tay on the right and Neighbor on the left. Neighbor at least representing the away colors.
I gotta say, we were remiss if we can't mention the Army and National Guard for the support for this tournament. The soldiers of the Army and National Guard show up for the community, state, country when needed the most. They're civilians and soldiers, and Guard service is part-time. Soldiers in the Guard can work full-time, go to school, fulfill their training at a minimum of 1 week in a month with job-specific annual training. Learn more at nationalguard.com.
Yeah, and folks, if you're thinking that this is something that's going to be a 9 to 5, like a huge commitment, just really isn't. Just really isn't. If you haven't heard us talking about it, opening qualifiers, well, here on the day. Army National Guard, most people, in fact, the vast majority of Army National Guardsmen and women are going to be going forth and just fulfilling their once a month obligation. Most of them have full-time jobs, and a lot of them also go forth and further that higher education. They have state and federal tuition assistance programs as well. Find out a little bit more of their Army National Guard. It's a screen action to start this one off. It's to Shakir.
Wow, already getting started with the screen action. I thought for sure I had a try to fill out period, but looks like we're pushing yardage really early here in this one.
Oh, it's going to be Cook taking it right up the middle. A little jumper step to the right side is going to get out to the first right here. Once again, not ideal. You know, second and inches. That's where Devonta and Tugboat live.
Yeah, absolutely. So close, but yet so far. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, but a fresh set, just a couple of inches away, or dozens of centimeters for our friends across the pond. Josh Allen with a bomb right there to the right side. 52 total yards. That's going to be a 30-yard bomb to Diggs. Allen gets the coverage that is needed across the body. Not going to matter. Talk about Dawson Knox here. Again, man, it's been Travis Kelce. That's the big sexy name, Novanta. But Dawson Knox, get it done. The getting gets tough. That's going to be Stephon Diggs right inside. And one of these teams has come out with a perfect completion ratio. All positive plays. One of them for 30-plus yards. And that's going to be kicker staying perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. Gotta wag a finger for those that came to the stream late before you settle down. We already got 7 points on the board, and well, I'm so glad they got a touchdown on yardage because I don't want to know what a centimeter is. Am I right?
What is a centimeter? God, one of the best memes still all time. Juice Tay opting to take this kickoff out, loses about 11 for the attempt, but an attempt is an attempt nonetheless. We've been going back and forth about this, Novanta. You and I are of the same mind. Especially early, why not take these options? Why not take these risks?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Juicy has actually, even though they're down by 7, has a really important decision to make. Are they going to try to match the speed of Neighbor, fire with fire, or try to slow things down and have fire with water and make Neighbor play their pace and pretty much beat them into submission? So this drive here will be crucial to see what the strategy is going to be.
Indeed it will. Indeed it will. Setting the pace. This is going to be the same exact screen going the other way, the same way that Neighbor started their game off. If there's any justice in this world, Novanta, Juice Tay is going to run the same exact plays that Neighbor did, like, you know, verbatim all the way through, hopefully with a different result, or at least a little bit of a different result, maybe with the same exact result. That's going to be a bomb. That's going to be to Diggs. This is going to be for a touchdown, though. This is not going to be for a 31-yard bomb. And what can I say? I think we are in for a high-scoring game.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. But here's how that drive was constructed, right? The screen to the right kind of caught the defense off guard. So they tried to refortify the right side, which they did, but left that backfield wide open for a bomb to make it almost, I don't know, a tie game, right? Yes, officially a tie game.
There we go. Tyler Bass stays perfect. No reason to believe that that's going to be anything different, as it is rather calculated and collected here within Madden 24. Perfectly timed kicked. Put it well. This is going to be just a little bit of just a little teaser right there. Shakir's not going to go for this one, and Juice Tay is going to start their defensive efforts. 25.
You know, one of the other storylines we had during the season, we have those Chiefs for Chiefs matches, is about the advantage of Arrowhead. But playing at a neutral site, yeah, there is a home team in theory here, but sometimes you don't might see that kind of thing bleed into the home squad. So one of the benefits of saying you have to really outplay your opponent if you want to get ahead here.
Indeed, the power-ups, the randomosities, and more not going to be as represented here within the Caesar Superdome. Still staying perfect. Talk about threading the needle. The man out here making a whole cross stitch.
Yeah, thread multiple needles. You're not on the same mind there. I thought for sure I was going to go the other way, and wow. Well, sometimes all good fortune comes to an end. It felt like everyone was going to catch any kind of play, but that one was stopped right behind the line of scrimmage.
Every rose has its thorn. Well, not going to remain perfect right here for Josh Allen, unfortunately. That one barely gets out to avoid the loss of downs. That is Davis still catching this. My goodness.
Are we having a musical cast? I could come up with some songs, you know.
I'll go with it. I'll go for it.
I'm off key. It'd be the worst. We'll lose so many watchers.
Fair. Have to start paying rally cry.
Sorry, guys. Here you go.
They take it, put it into the prize pool. It would just make sense. It would just make sense. Ooh, that's a fat sack here. DeMar Hamlin, comeback player of the year.
Yeah.
Gonna be taking a big one right here, Navanta.
Oh, that was a good sack, but you're right. We should have an off-key singing jar instead of a swear jar here at Rally Cry. But yeah, DeMar Hamlin, what a story in there. But that wasn't. Oh, I thought it was caught, but it wasn't. What happened?
Yeah, this is so weird because sometimes like that seemed like it was a guaranteed catch. There's been two so far. It's like, wait, did he just throw that through the defender, like through the man's chest? Like,
yeah. There you go. Well, don't lie there. There's a touchdown here. Sometimes you got to take a chance at greatness. That one was well executed. Now it's 13-7. Well, a high-scoring game definitely seems more and more apparent there, Tugboat.
yeah, 21 points first quarter. Not even technically out of this one, especially the way this has been going. Juice Tay could easily come back 44 seconds, put up another 7 points. Something tells me that field goals just aren't going to matter in this one, my friend.
Yeah, you know, it's so funny because we had so many games where field goals did matter, but if everyone's throwing hurting bombs and catching them and getting touchdowns, yeah, you got to bring out the big guns. And so that theory of slowing down a game seems to be out the window as we have ourselves a hit parade here in the first.
So we do. This is a back and forth. This is Juice Tay now going to have to decide how they want to set up the pace of this offense, right? Do you just want to come back and do you want to try and score in that 44 seconds? The majority of Rob and I's conversation a few weeks ago was such that it was like, just score and then waste out the quarter. Score, waste out the quarter, and that's what either player should be doing. Perhaps this is like the 5D chess, but it doesn't seem like that's what either of these players are going to be doing. No, it's going to be another screen off to the right. Both Neighbor and Juice Tay just do this to feel very comfortable.
Yeah, you and I both know there's a lot of Madden to play in one of these games, but even though this is like last possible play, I think so here, the attempt was going to always be the tie because it's psychologically better for you to say, hey, look, we have a tie game going into the second. But that said, down by one touchdown is not impossible. In fact, it's very possible to come back even in second.
Yeah, 100%. See how this team does? Again, Juice Tay did it in two plays. It was a screen to the right, and it was a bomb.com out to the right side, like it was 2004. James Cook, not Jared Cook. James Cook, right up the middle. I can't get these similar names but wrong names started this early, Navanta.
Oh yeah, Jason Kelce retired. I'm totally with you. You know, I have a question about the offensive play call here. When we have so many players opting in the shotgun, I wonder if they're really selling their playbook short. You know what I mean? When it comes down to their approaches with these drives.
you're guaranteeing that a man named James Cook has to make 2 extra steps before A, he's on bodyguard duty, right before he's blocking, B, before he cuts out to a receiver role, or C, or if he's being handed the actual ball and does his job as a running back. Who would have guessed it in 2024, right? Like,
Right.
I know it sounds crazy, folks.
Speaking of, have you been catching up with the off season? It's been crazy this week, huh?
Oh, I most certainly have. I most certainly have. I saw Jadeveon Clowney to the Carolina Panthers returning South
Oh
Carolina
my
to
goodness me.
a Carolina, I shouldn't say, because technically it's in Charlotte, right in North Carolina.
Right.
I would sometimes when I need to get like jazzed up, I can't truthfully say I watched it for this broadcast, but sometimes when I just need to get jazzed up, I Google Jadeveon or just the hit,
Yeah.
college football, and it is frequently the Jadeveon Clowney hit against Vince Young in the Outback Bowl, University of South Carolina against Michigan. I remember watching that and just losing my mind live.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Didn't work out for him in Houston, but I wish him well. Actually, that's another question that's raised: is if you're from
Sure.
South Carolina, do you claim the Panthers or you're a Falcons person?
Yeah, you have to.
Okay.
I have love for the Falcons. Don't get me wrong, but I mean Panthers have the Carolina name on them. Even
Okay.
if it has been hard, difficult, a long
Yeah.
and rocky road, decrepit, you could even say, to be a Panthers fan since 2017. Like,
Wow.
especially watching Cam go up north, go to Boston, right? That was so exciting for 2.5 weeks, and then just nothing happened, right? It just
Right.
did not have the same magic that he found on the field frequently, in Bank of America Stadium down in Charlotte.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I've ever had the pleasure of seeing the Carolina Panthers live, but I wonder how rowdy the crowd gets out there when you have to play on the road.
Not an incredible. It sounds like I'm being so negative, but they with it regionally very well traveled, not necessarily like nationally, right? And not you're not going to find many Carolina Panthers fans on West Coast, games when they do go all the way out there.
I hear that. Well, 2-minute warning here in the second. That about me is interviewing Tugboat about the Carolina
Yeah,
Panthers.
right. I was all about it, dude. Like,
I'm with it too, man. Like, why not? That's a team that came out after I was born. I have such an
that's true.
affinity for that squad, so why not?
Other screenplay, Davis gonna get a couple right here, but yeah, that is. I mean, yeah. Talk about expansion teams, right? The Texans as well, Ravens. Who was the fourth?
Jets.
Titans. No,
Oh,
you're right.
sorry.
You're right. No, you're 100% right. It's the Jags, not the Titans. I don't know why. I always think the Tennessee Titans are a new team. Oh well.
Well,
Stephon-
they are, so, but they some that kind of claim those Houston Oilers jerseys got me
Yeah,
all
exactly.
messed up, right?
Yeah, TD, XP will make it 7. Tyler Bass. No reason to believe this is gonna be anything but a strike right up the middle. There you go. No knockdown pins necessary for this one. Most methodical and predictable play in football. Here comes the second most methodical and predictable. I'm not gonna go off on it today. Actually, I might later if you know what I'm saying. If
Well,
it's a
go ahead.
long day, I might go off on it like we did last week. But
Right.
I'm just all the news coming out for the UFL stuff. A lot of podcasts kicking up again. More football starting here in about 2 weeks. We're really excited for that.
Like I said, you are a USFL guy. I was an XFL guy, and besides the Houston team taking on the XFL name, I feel like this new
Dude,
league is so USFL. I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know. It's too USFL for me. I
There's
can't.
only 3 teams. Okay, I mean
Yeah.
like the roughneck. Okay, yeah, you get what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
it was a late
Like, it was-
change. No, the
I
gamblers are going
I
to be there.
despise. But to be fair, they I really don't like what they did with like just taking the team and everything else and just changing literally just changing the name of the market and whatnot. But
Yeah.
they have also sold all of their advertising until for the regular season. Not sure about the playoffs. And because of that and other things, they did announce 2 days ago that they're expanding to 12 teams or no, yeah, to 12 teams next year and then 16 teams at the year after. Obviously, barring bankruptcy, right? Like.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I know this is not the point of this whole stream, but if the Guardians come back or the Dragons come back, I'll be happy.
I would love to see Dragons to come back. Guardians,
The
it's
New York
football.
Guardians.
Oh, the New York Guardians. There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about Orlando. Like they didn't
No,
do
no,
very
no,
much
no.
down there, man. But
No,
it's football.
They moved them. Yeah.
And you just have to include the state of Florida. There's just too many people down there to not include the state of Florida in some way, shape. That's my take on it. Just like how half the league now it seems is coming from the state of Texas. you got to take at least one and give it a 4, man.
I'm with that. Final moments in the first half of this one. Tied 14 apiece, and it looks like Juice is on defense, trying to see if they can stop this and roll into the tie into the second half. And, well, even though the scoring has slowed down a bit, I don't think the intensity has. They're talking about.
I can definitely agree with that. Back in the gun yet again. Short, methodical pass here to Dawson Knox yet again. 2nd and 4. Gonna be a no huddle. Not gonna be a no time out either. So makes the time-saving effort without actually stopping the clock. Dawson Knox high stepping a couple of times right there for a little bit more. Here comes a timeout finally from Neighbor as he's gonna be lining up at the 15.
Inches away from the first interception of the game. I thought for sure it was an extended arm, but looks like just bringing it down and huddling and protecting the rock was important. But those are the kind of plays I would say late in the game might cost you, so I don't want to rely on those too much.
Another time out. Early breakup, though. That's only going to be the 4th incomplete pass coming from a man named Josh Allen playing for the neighbor-controlled Buffalo Bills. Really have not, I mean, neither of these players, Neighbor or Juste, have missed a whole lot of passes. With old Jay Allen. Stephon Diggs, first down, just outside. Yeah, this is like on the literal one.
Yeah, the literal one looks like 1st and goal. That incomplete pass I thought was caught as well. Almost like a rugby situation. It was like a pass and spike down at the same time. Didn't count.
Laugh and nod along with that one because I don't know very much about rugby. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, really? Yeah, in rugby, once you cross the line, you have to spike the ball on the ground. That's how it counts.
Ooh, Stephon Diggs going to follow along with that rugby rule after a nice touchdown, a grab out of the air, spike down, coming post haste.
Yeah. Rugby is so much fun, man. Just check it out. You have a chance. The Australian League is hilarious.
I'm also up like really late too, and I've kind of been trying to find a sport that I like that I'm not like forcing, but I can still watch late. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
like
yeah.
here, Vegas, West Coast time.
Yeah. Australian rugby airs at like 3 a.m. or 4
Yeah,
a.m.
like
West Coast time.
especially because basketball is just starting so like I'm so ready for March Madness, but it just I mean I'm sorry guys, I'm sorry. Classic gamer. I usually get up like 10:30, 11, sometimes noon.
Wow.
Hey, I can be honest on broadcast.
Hey, I like that. I just feel like I'm such an old man because I'm up at like 6 a.m.
Another
trolling about. Yeah.
screen pass. That's how we start off the last 4 first downs, like last 4 plays for these teams getting off of kickoff.
Yeah, kind of got a little bit more yards there, but you kind of got stuck behind some pixels and got like stopped in place. But I love the idea of using the user-generated jukes. They're always fun to see who has the smarts when to do it. They're almost like the NOS button in race car games, Too early, too late. It's a bad idea. Right time, amazing.
Perfect. Yep. You ever play PUBG back in the day, like when it was in like an early development?
Like chess, I played, but I wasn't good at it.
That's fair. Same in fact, actually. I identify with that. But sometimes you'd be, especially when it was early in development, you'd be driving across like an open field and there'd literally just be a single pixel that's like raised from the ground a little bit. And so you'd be like driving, trying to avoid, circle with like 3 people, 3 of your teammates in the back, and you'd hit this pixel and just explode in a fiery ball of flames.
Yeah.
It's like almost what it was like right here.
Why didn't anyone tell me?
James Cook. Easy screen, 6 yards up. Short methodical plays. Both of these players thus far have been trying to set the pace for like, hey, a little run every now and again with James Cook. Nice little short pass. And of course, our screens. Can't forget about our screens, of course. Screens seems like they've been probably the most positive play so far, though, right? I mean, no picks, so you can't really call these long bombs bad by any means.
Right.
But the screens are where both Neighbor and Juice have been living.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because if I'm playing against Juste, if you stop the screen, the bomb's going to come. So I would almost like let the screen go, get a couple yards, give them a false insecurity so they can do another short pass again. The last thing you want to do is hit them the first time on the first screen and then be completely helpless with a huge bomb down the field like that.
There you go. Stephon Diggs. Fantastic stuff. Right in the tiny little window. Still going to break that glass. Lining up on the 20 right now. Back in the gun. Got plenty of options. Goes way out to the end. And James Cook tippy toes along the sideline for 10.
Oh, that balance there. I thought it was kind of a catch and walk out. But, hey, an extra couple yards makes everyone happy on that side.
Yeah, yeah. If you're on the Juice Tay side, of course, Neighbor now in a much worse position, and still with the first down capabilities as well. You get up to inches on this one. Juice Tay is going to get another fresh set of them. Trips left as of right now. Now going to be mixing it up and more evenly loading the right side. Now we have an almost perfectly bisectioned offensive line. Now getting up,
Ooh.
almost out, almost gets this to Davis. That would have been good for the Fivers.
I don't know what happened there.
I love how he stands up and starts celebrating, though. Like,
I would play it off too. That didn't happen.
yeah, there you go. Yep. Pretend like they just started recording.
Right.
Screenplay. Davis gets the blocking that he needs, but actually the from behind tackle right there. Juice Tay. This was good when you had like a lot of field earlier where you could toss these 20 to 30-yard bombs down the field, but it's no longer a situation they find themselves in. 3rd and 4. You take a sack, you go for it. You take like a 3-yard, 5-yard sack, do you go for it? Or you just take the points right here. You have to wonder, round around, Stephon Diggs wide open as Juice Tay puts up on another 6.
This is why playing different versions of Madden is so interesting, because like if injuries were on or realistic or simulation mode, I would not take that sack at all.
Yeah.
Just because how impactful the game is. But yeah, you would do try to draw it out. But you got some space with the hook. Doesn't matter because now it's tied once again at 21 apiece.
It wouldn't really matter, man. You just borrow the Josh Allen from the other side. He plays offense both sides. It's cool, like backyard football.
On loan, yeah.
Yeah, like the perma QB, dude. My Uncle Mad.
We did that too, yeah.
Yeah. Funny story. I might actually clip this and send it to him. But back in the day, until I was about like 15 or 16, my Uncle Matt was a die-hard Packers fan, and partially because we didn't really understand, like, oh, you know, people just wear the jerseys of teams they like, and partially because he straight up lied to us and told us, like, yeah, like I did play for the Green Bay Packers. So we thought that we played for the Packers until probably 17, 18, something like that.
Wow. That's pretty cool, man. I mean, I would have a lie to some kids for decades on end. That's like a goal of mine.
Oh, my wife's sister's kids? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Make them believe anything. It's just fun digs right there. He'll make you believe in anything for sure. Another big bomb. There's one man keeping the offensive dreams alive here for Neighbor. That man's name is Stephon Diggs. Crazy stuff.
Can't lie, I probably would have risked the pass interference there. It looks like a lot of the officiating has been pretty lax. I wouldn't like let a catch happen so deep down. All right, looks like Neighbor is on a roll, just moving those chains.
It really is. This is also spinning up the time, folks. We had 28 points in the first half. We have 7 with 43 seconds left in this one. First down plus a little bit more here for Dawson Knox as Neighbors Josh Allen stays real good at 17 for 21 on attempted passes. In the pocket, stays there wide open as James Cook right up the middle. This man coverage gets blown wide open. Barn door open.
I gotta be honest with you. When you watch these games, the third quarter always seems to be the longest because everyone tries that whole different strategy. Ends up being a sort of a new game within a game. But the fact that the third is almost done and we're seeing these two clash back and forth, almost like a battle at Dragon Ball, tells you that you know what's on stake and you know the intensity has been 110% and climbing.
Climbing right here takes us back from the 25.
Yes, sir. Well, 21 has showed us not much daylight between these two. So it seems that when someone scores, the answer is already there, which means the margin of error is even getting smaller and smaller as time evaporates.
Second play probably for tackle for loss, though?
Which is unheard of. Absolutely unheard of.
I mean, this only happened because it was the handoff. If this is Josh Allen, Paul would have just magically popped out of his hands over to the side with nobody getting under it and just loss of it down. Pretty much no loss of yardage.
You jaded, bro? Do you want to see more QB sacks?
I might be a little bit jaded. I might be a little bit jaded.
Want to see more QB sacks, bro? Oh, all right on cue. Tugboat called it, and that was a loss of a down being popped out. 3rd and 14.
Really gets this one out yet again. This is going to be Juice Day. Thumb screws on. Pressure is here. Heavily loaded close side trips. Audibles upon audibles do come. Now, generally, Juice Day has been trying to play this side more evenly, unless we're just looking at another screen, but 14 yards on a screen is a difficult order no matter who you are. Plenty of options here, but just gets absolutely destroyed across the middle. Von Miller wipes the shoulder off a little bit with a, 11-yard sack?
Are they going for? Are you kidding me? What?
It's Madden, bro. It's Madden.
It's 4th and 25. That's unheard of. What? Why?
We're loading the fat side here again. I'm assuming this is Juice just thinking, hey, this is my get a Geo free card within this best of 3. This is a best of 3 series as well, or a double elimination bracket as well. So take some chances, rattle that, see what happens. But the best field position we might see, the best starting field position, I should say, that we will probably see today is Neighbor taken to the field right now. James Cook gets around 1. Milano does his best Superman impression on his way and still doesn't get there. James Cook inside. That's for 7. That's for 6, excuse me.
Yeah, that right there makes it
That's
7.
for 7. Okay, there you go.
that right there was just 4th and 25. You're up against the touch. Why would you even? You know what? Maybe it's a strategy that's a strategy that's way beyond my comprehension. But this is a concession of points that could have been well avoided.
I could 100% agree with that. Yes, you got a little bit of wiggle room here, not just within the series, but within the day in the double elimination. No, nobody wants to drop down there and early, and nobody wants to be in a situation where you have to be playing from behind. Take 2 games back to back at the next one here, but Juice Tay, hey, they are in this bracket for a reason, my friend. For a reason. Another screen,
true.
And Gabe Davis does not get the blocking that he was looking for. Had he gotten that might have been a sideline all the way down type play.
Yeah, absolutely true. I think Juice Tate has had a couple of come behind wins here in this tournament specifically, but now the challenge is on. You don't have extra quarters. This is it. 3 minutes and change. You got to come up with a way to score at least twice to get you back in here.
Yeah, and 3 minutes 30 seconds. I mean, I don't want to say it's impossible because we saw that onside kick. Now James Cook taking this one, working his way to the middle of the field. Gonna pop right up and show us what he's got. Dance floor there. Celebrations. And now outside of James Cook to the right side, there's a perfectly bisectioned offensive lineup. Now rolling to the left, looking for it, just throws this out. Once he gets out of the pocket, doesn't want to take up time nor face a bad sack.
Yeah, if you're watching this now, ask your uncle or dad about the hammer dance, because that's exactly what James Cook was doing a minute ago.
It has to be one of those 2 people because I can guarantee you nobody else would remember.
Right. I'm an old man, talk about it. It's all right.
Oh, Audibles, more line of scrimmage, barely gets out right here. You saw a couple other players try to get to it, but 4th and 8 now comes Juice Tay. This really is their last offensive opportunity. You have to get, I'm going to say, not even just a first down, really. You're on your 44. You have to get up probably to about the 30 or even 25 or so. Set yourself up a really good field position. You don't get this. This is probably just a GT's.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there's always a thing to do a short pass, secure pass,
Nope,
and it's
okay.
going the other way. I was going to say that, but look at that going the other way. Understanding what your opponent's going to do and looking ahead in the future. Minority Report style. There's a touchdown, baby.
Movie always scared me. That movie always scared me, as does Micah Hyde scare the dreams of the offensive players. Micah Hyde, fantastic job right there. That's going to be, that just makes sense. Not, no shade here casted from the tugboat from Novanta. This just makes a little bit of sense. 2 minutes or some change, 3 scores, just not going to happen. All about it. FBI Tugboat Novanta, we've been taking you guys through game number 1. A Neighbor now coming forth with a really solid foot forward here in a, what is that? 5. That would have been a 42-point game. Yeah. So 35-21. The interception there at the end would have been more points. Didn't quite make it there. Concede came first. Rather one-sided affair here in game number 1.
I disagree. I think it was pretty nice. I think it was was going back and forth for a while. It's about a game of concentration, and really, it was a chance to do something very, very small and secure. But it was a gamble to go for broke, a mistake made by Juice Tay that was ultimately punished by Neighbor. And after that, the slow and steady wins the race. So the hair
there in front of me and I'm watching it. Okay, there's one side of it's not. It's in the past. It doesn't exist anymore. Nah. But Juice Tate, Neighbor, still going to have a second opportunity here, of course, within the series. And if this is another L going towards the side of Juice Tate, they will have a second opportunity within the bracket on the day and tomorrow, of course. And tomorrow, they just have to. That's just dropping in round one and making it all the way through the lower bracket is just a tall task and a rough ask.
Look, it's best of three, so there's a chance to even push the game three and lose. But the last thing you want to do is go to a championship tournament and go on a losing streak. So let's say you drop two in a row here. I'm not trying to put doom and gloom, but let's say that happens. I think we put so much pressure on ourselves to fight out of the lower bracket, we make more rash decisions, end up being one of those self-fulfilling prophecies. So now, more than ever, for their own sense of sanity, that Juice needs to win this one to at least force a game three, let the better team win.
And I think this is gonna come off the back of like making this Buffalo Bills squad like a little bit more of your own. You know what I'm saying? This was just very, very methodical and predictable. Almost every single drive, at least in the first half, I think every single drive in the first half started off with a screen, mostly to the left, sometimes to the right, with players providing blocking and whatnot. Yes, it got yardage, but you just set up yourself for this very, very methodical and predictable set and series of plays. After that, especially once like the pressure got on, like that pick came off the back of like user interaction the entire time. The entire time right there, like there wasn't any kind of questions like, the ball might go over there. Nope, it was right up there, and that was Neighbor who got it right exactly where they needed to be for the pick six.
Hey, slow methodical are what legends are made of. Ichiro Suzuki, Tim Duncan, Floyd Mayweather. Look, I don't knock it, but I just didn't understand 4th and 25 trying to go for it. We're so close to the touchline. It really was the only mistake. I can sit there and I will harp on it forever because that changed the game.
Whoa. Okay, we got something a bit different. Juice Tay coming in, the squad out of New York. Two squads out of New York, I should say. I did the classic thing where if it's not New York City, then it's not New York, right?
Fair enough. As a former Jets fan, I'll allow it.
There you go. I'll allow it. We'll have Aaron Rodgers coming on here with Wilson to try and make those connections, those big bomb plays like we just saw Allen and Diggs enjoy in game number one. So talk to me a little bit about, especially as a former Jets fan, right? Obviously know the team pretty well. What are we thinking here from Juice Tay to go with the Jets, try and take on Neighbors Buffalo Bills?
So, what any other metric, the New York Jets are a weaker team than the Buffalo Bills. That may seem like a head scratcher, but since it's a team we don't see too much of, you do have that element of surprise. And really, it's a playbook no one takes time to memorize. So, I do think Juice Tay is going all for broke, but this one's kind of more of a you won't see it coming, a sucker punch style, if you will.
Yeah, the element of surprise here. Loss of 3 yards on the very first play here from Neighbor. It's going to be barely getting out. And just in case you guys, just say, Juice Tay, left side, Neighbor, right side now, folks. We had that flipped back when they were both Buffalo Bills players.
Well, let me ask you a question there, Tugboat. I mean, you and I both play Madden, and we both play Rocket League. Are you a fan of changing your squad in between rounds of a match?
I have been in the past. It seems like now it's almost folly to not play the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, we've seen a laundry list of fantastic players. There is a reason why they pretty much all go for this one. Neighbor learning the Juice Tay lesson from game numero uno and just punting this one away early when you're on very, very close yardage.
Yeah, I mean, look, tie game, and you have not only the actual advantage of having the game in hand, but the psychological advantage of dictating the pace. Doesn't mean to do any rash decisions in the first quarter, unless you really want to punish your opponent and say, get out of here. But this isn't the arcade in the weekend. This is a championship series with actual prizes on the line.
Yeah, you are not fighting to stay on the boards. You are fighting to get a ticket punch to NFL Draft, April 25th to 27th in Detroit, Michigan. Detroit, it's not the Steel City. It's not the Windy City.
Motor.
That's Motor City.
Mhm.
That's Detroit. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Appreciate you.
sir.
Appreciate
Yes,
you.
sir. I'm trying to get there this season. I'm a MLB ballpark chaser, so I want to see Comerica Park. But while I'm there, you know what I mean? Why not taking the sights?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Speaking of taking in the sights, this will be Aaron Rodgers steps back, surveys, or at least pretends to for a couple of seconds. Lazard gets wrestled down or kind of spun down there, spitting distance away from a first down marker.
I can't lie to you. When I see even players spin digitally, I'm like, oh man, those knees protect the MCLs, man. Second inches.
It's the bad pressure. It's the bad pressure, people. Y'all know what
Right.
can happen. Second screen to Lazard. Pretty much first verse is same as this, or second verse same as the first.
Yeah, there was no coverage there. Why not double dip if you
Yeah.
have an opponent that learns where you're gonna go?
Yeah, you're not eating nachos here, people. There's not other people who are trying to enjoy the snack with you. Double dip as much as you want. Otherwise, do not be a terrible human being. Like,
Yeah, don't double dip the chip. There was a whole show about that Seinfeld episode.
I am not surprised whatsoever.
Another old man reference. I apologize, y'all.
I bet they. No, dude, I love Seinfeld, and I also think Seinfeld's a lot more like eternal.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. It's always on
like,
TV.
like
Yeah.
it translates across those generations more.
Well, look at here. They're talking about first blood being drawn by the New York Jets. That doesn't happen even in real life. Wow.
There
Touchdown.
you go.
Well, 7-up. Neighbor on the back foot here for a change. I wonder what's going through their mind as they realize that if you don't get their act together, they could be in a game 3 situation.
Yes, so this is exactly what the doctor ordered. Juice Tay coming forth and not just getting the stop to begin with, but putting 6 and 7 on the board a little bit later. We'll see how Neighbor responds here, because if not, we might see a completely... I mean, I do believe this is a shifting of momentum. I don't think Neighbor is out of this one by any means, but momentum right now carrying the New York Jets.
Well, so far the strategy is working because I do think no one really estimated Lazaro on offense, and now that wall of a Jets defense. I can't believe I'm saying this. That wall of a Jets defense.
As soon as you said that, like, I woke up a little bit more. I was like, wait, hang on, am I dreaming?
I know. I'm sorry, y'all.
I had to pinch myself or something like that. But no, it's true. It's true. James Cook, 2 rush attempts, minus yards, minus like 14 yards or something like that. Here comes Davis from the right side, going to be purchasing them a first down and a little bit more, but nothing doing out of James Cook in the backfield against the CO Green.
Yeah, definitely. Even though they're playing at home, it seems it's kind of been not nearly as quick to score, not nearly as quick to even advance with this kind of sleight of hand trick that Juice implemented in game 2.
This is the Germany field, isn't it? I could have sworn I saw that when they came out here. This
Yeah,
is one of the
Munich
fields
game,
across the pond, but technically, yeah. I mean, you're right. It's pretty cool how they're doing that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, obviously in real life, but also within the within the game, playing across the pond, as they say.
That's like the future. I saw Australian rugby in Vegas. The Mets are playing in London.
So
I mean, the
cool.
Korean series in baseball. It's nuts, man.
Love it, love it. Your neighbor, you're also gonna love a bomb over here to Abe Davis. Abe Davis continuously playing that kind of bailout role a little bit, not gonna lie. Or that's Diggs, isn't it? Excuse me.
Back to the screens, man. Those are just, as you just say, being pecked to death, right? 5 yards here, 6 yards here, 10 yards there, moving everything closer.
Yeah, like, it's also doing a great job kind of picking apart a defense that got really well set up. The New York Jets, I mean, they punish the rush every single time, and now without putting a man in front of James Cook, that's going to be 6, and Neighbor looks like they're going to be hitting their strides here. Tie ball game with 20 seconds left in the first.
Yeah, here's the deal. It wasn't the fact that Neighbors scored, it's how they did it, right? The first couple of drives didn't really have a solution, but this one seemed like they figured out what the Jets and Juice are doing. If I'm Juice now, if you have a plan C, now's the time to put it in there, or else you may find yourself another L.
See how this goes, bringing it out. The Navantas of the world rejoice.
Yes. No guts, no glory.
Love it. 10 yards will be the deficit on this, but the way that this rock has been getting tossed around, more so last game, obviously, but this game as well, 10 yards would be nothing ultimately. Back in the pocket, Rodgers dancing around a little bit. Wide open is Alan Lazard. That's going to be enough for a lot. And really, this is more wiggle room outside, like behind them, right? They are no longer to have their backsides to their own end zone. 43, much more comfortable field position.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest throw. I thought maybe a little short, but we have a team that has no pressure and all the time the will double back. That's exactly what happened there.
Big bomb. That's to the corner. No, gonna get knocked out right there. Is that Jordan Poyer, I believe, coming forth to the defensive play?
Well, interesting. Oh wow, they have Aaron Rodgers' helmet in the game. I didn't realize that. I'm distracted by it, the giant melon. But yes, I love the attempt there, man. Why not be as bold as you can?
Speaking of, that's Brees Hall gonna be able to get this one busted out for a 10+ yard rush. That is definitely the best performance from a running back so far in this game, especially after James Cook has just been getting shut down.
Well, this is kind of interesting. I mean, a lot of the plays themselves are the same, but they feel kind of different when the Jets are executing them. It kind of feels like more of a smash mouth, a little bit of a slower pace of a team. Not as quick as the Buffalo Bills, but the yards still count the same.
They do. They do. Right at the middle, got a little bit right there. Actually, kind of got tripped up with the teammate. Not going to matter. Is this that's going to be good for 9. Fantastic stuff.
Again, in traffic, got the benefit of that one. I wouldn't repeat that play all too often, though.
Okay, that's as good as it gets. Lazard hit in stride and another 7 points on the board here for the side of Juice Tay.
Well, if you are playing this tournament's version of fantasy, Lazard has already got you some benefit. Did not even see them being a target there. I was confused and surprised until it was caught. What a play.
The kick downfield coming in, another cornered up on the 12 or so. Keem Hines is going to take this one, get the fair catch, starting off on the 25. Navanches of the world are absolutely in shambles.
Yeah, I'm giving Juice the trophy for at least trying it out. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's good. Allen gets this one out, diving for it, but nothing doing. That probably would have been a loss of yardage as well, so going to be happy that actually didn't come forth. Jets still only allowing -7 rushing yards.
That last play was not even out of the gun, so I was kind of surprised, but it didn't work out for them, so I guess they kind of corrected themselves really quick.
They did. That's going to be what the doctor ordered. Dawson Knox coming up. Actually curious, right? So Jordan, I'll broach the topic once Buffalo goes on the defense. Obviously, there's been some shakeup of the defensive starting lineup. Buffalo Bills. See how just updated this Buffalo Bills squad is. Allen back out to Diggs. Everybody goes for the post route. He just hits a quick hook. 2/3 the way through that route. Right up top. They're biggin. And Neighbor's going to be set up on the 38.
Always feel like there's an answer with a sea of white there, but never a second option. And wow, it's got lifted. And was it a spine buster? Is that you call it a wrestling move? Just planted back on the ground.
See what blooms after that one. 2nd and 12 for another attempt coming up here for Buffalo Bills-led Neighbor. Knox sent into motion on the left side, lines up off the line, now back, gets it out. That looked like it should have been gold and a first down right there. What happened? Just threw it right in front a little bit?
Looked like the power was right, but the line of sight of attack was kind of askew, and coverage was there, it's just that the lineup didn't work out.
Up and down, and James Cook, even though he's not a particularly tall man, people, gets this one through a whole lot. I think there was 3 different green and white jerseys right there. Could have came down with it. Nope. Yeah, James Cook just says, hey, that's not the universe we're living in.
Yeah, Cook's playing like it's a contract here, am I right?
Hey, the way that all these shakes-ups have been going, 6-year contracts just don't seem like that means that like that anymore. Just ask Russell Wilson.
Right. It's just business, man.
Just business. Hey, time takes a toll on us all, man. I got a lot of love for Russ, but Denver is also where a lot of quarterbacks go to live out their last few glory years.
Oh man, like a Bronco out in the plains.
This is fair. Shakir, nice screen. Buffalo Bills put another 7 points on the board.
Wow, look at that. There's 2 scores. It's almost gonna be a tie game after this. Might be a tie game, and this puts a whole new onerous on Juice.
Some time, but not a lot of time. Under 2 minutes, but still more than a minute on the clock. That's the time I'm not gonna try and sweat now.
Man,
Despite what the Navantas of the world say.
I'm saying go for it, man. 8 yards. It's just playing on hard mode. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. It's gonna be no no advantage left side. Bring this one out. That's gonna be Brees Hall taking a pitch and now gets to the outside. 9 yards on the catch and run, gets to the outside and stops this clock, which is way more important than any other kind of yardage situation.
Just pushed outside. Is totally trucked an equipment manager. All pleasantries are gone here at their tugboat.
That meme of those two guys holding up the wall on the right side. That's the plays that those were made up for. Those plays they were drawn up for. No more spiking, just diving head first at the Gatorade or the equipment guys. No photographers getting taken out anymore. Sidelines are now
days.
safe.
Yeah.
You want to talk about destroying cameramen? First off, that's destroying Josh Allen right there on the sack. Second of all, spring football, dude. Spring football, they should get clauses within their contracts whenever you go take pictures a sideline of the USFL or XFL, or now the UFL, I should say.
Yeah. They should have like their own little like a bubble, like a harness or a barrier.
Yeah, right. Looking like Bubble Boys on the sideline, but hey, wouldn't be. I mean, hey, they're out there. They're out there, supporting spring football and getting it, kind of the hard way, just like everybody else in that field. So, all about it. All about it.
Here's my camera. Here's my lens. Here's my plexiglass suit.
Yeah, there you go. Right. There's a couple arm slings and crutches. You'll need them, friend. 15 seconds to go here. Juice Tay lining up in the gun. Couple players in deep routes, but it's going to be, I think, Wilson just taken to the corner. Yeah, nothing doing. 4th and 10. 8 seconds coming up. You have enough for 2 plays, but no timeouts. That's really the bad thing. So you pretty much have to put somebody up the white paint on the sidelines. Get this one go. I'm not sure if I agree with. Well, okay, so you give it up on the 40 and the single play. Nah, I'm saying just have this be a long bomb. Have this be the Hail Mary. That's my advice.
Yeah.
Even though sorry, go ahead.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you.
This was an attempt on like a big punt, so to try and eat up all that time, but 7 seconds, not 8. Josh Allen and Neighbor are going to get an attempt, but that's going to be a rushing attempt. Okay, looked like it could have been something beautiful. Looked like it could have bloomed into 7. Not going to happen. 14-14 at halftime. This is a much more methodical and even-handed game.
It's like in fighting games where people measure the frame rates of an animation. I think if that leap was just a half second quicker, that would have been off to the races. That would have been the afterburn touchdown. But hey, you know what? Coulda, woulda, shoulda, all in the past now. Still tied at 14 apiece. Second half inbound.
Can you imagine like meeting James Cook and telling him that he was not frame perfect, like on a run or something like that? It just like either he wouldn't get it and it'd be hilarious, and this guy that could absolutely like savagely beat you if you took offense to what you were saying,
right?
Could do that, or even worse, if he realized what you were saying and realized just how nerdy what it is that you were saying to him was.
I think he would get it, but like, how do you broach the subject? Yo, dog, let me talk to you for a second. Hey, come over here.
Pressed X when you should have pressed Y.
Right.
Ooh,
oh,
speaking
goodness me.
of pressing something here.
Yeah, there's getting trucked and there's getting semi. God.
Man, oh man. This has been the New York Jets defense that has sung it loud and proud so far, but Neighbor and the Buffalo Bills defense going to be answering this. Harken back. Is Jordan Poyer on this team? I think it was 3 days ago, got sent off down south. Not for the summer, but for the Miami Dolphins. That's going to be a fantastic just breakdown of this defense. Read it perfectly and sent Brees Hall to a post or to the sideline right there. That was a fantastic slant play. That is exactly what the doctor ordered and exactly what Juice needed.
That's actually a good question. I'm not sure if rosters are being played up to date in this championship, so they're playing as
He's
of release.
21.
But
Okay, yeah, he's right there. He literally just got
Ooh.
a. He literally
Oh,
just
okay.
got a tackle.
But he's back on a 1-game extension. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right.
But that'd be kind of a cool thing for future tournaments, having just like roster accurate things update day of. It'd be kind of fun.
Uh, it would. It would also be. Oh, dude, how crazy would it be if the NFL draft was on and you got all those picks in and then they played the grand finals? How amazing would that be? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, have people like live.
Oh, good
Oh
one.
my God, Dodson reads this one, likes a book, and decided, hey, I've checked this one out before. No library card necessary. Pick 6.
Well, here's why that's genius. One, the interception, definitely in the middle there, like a dog waiting for scraps on Thanksgiving dinner. But it was also a great boost control, just in case there was someone be in a circle to use. And then came the turbo. But look at this here, right in the middle, as if the intended target, going the other way. And 25 is my favorite number, y'all.
Love it. Love it. So another point on the board here. Neighbor flipped this one around on its head. This was looking like a even-handed game with two teams that really had started out a little bit wonky, right? Because especially after the Jets changed for Juice, but then found their footing both ways. But something tells me that defensive touchdown is going to be the spelling factor, well, the difference factor in this game.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who play Madden well, but the elite ones are the ones that can take the time to understand the opponent's changes and use it against them. And Rodgers pick 6, that happens all the time, even in real life, and that one happened at the worst possible time for Juice Day.
Perfect accuracy, but out of reach here for Aaron Rodgers and Juice. Pressure definitely being felt right now, Novanta.
And this is where you get rattled, man. When you have a pass that seemingly on paper look like one of the more secure ones, you go, I need to get my points back. And you start making these wild plays, which can work out or it can really be bad news if you're not careful. But as I say that, first down. Wow.
Wow, yeah. So Aaron Rodgers showing that time is a social construct made by men and ignored by those brave enough to dare to refute it. Nicely done, Lazar again. Comes off of the 30-yard rush or something like that. Rodgers does, and then sends a bomb to the right side, just inside to Alan Lazar for another first down. Hands this one off to Breece Hall. Let's man get this one done. Juking left and right, gets up for the first down plus a little bit more. Novanta.
Whoa. You can't be like, yeah, man, time's the construct. And what a catch. You can't just drop science and let it go. What are you talking about? My man, I got to write this down. I'm having a moment.
There you go, right? Ooh, rush up the middle. Breece Hall gonna rocket his way to the inside, hit left and right, but that's gonna be enough for 6. We got a tie ball game, barring the, perfectly timed, perfectly held, perfectly split right up the middle, 21-21 here for the Jets.
So this is kind of the chaotic good here. You saw the Jets, Juice and company just being a little bit more erratic with their offense. This haven't worked out for them, using more of the jukes and rushes. Let's see if this game is going to be changed, because now we have a tie game once more, or we're going to see a lot more of that backyard football kind of play style.
Well, I was going to start off with a flag over on the right side and giving up really, really good field position to Neighbor. See what Josh Allen stepping back and the gun can do with it.
Ooh. Fantastic catch, cutting off the sack attempts right at the knees, quite literally, to have a completed pass going up.
Back in the gun yet again to the corner this time. Comes up for it. That's going to be Carter the second with an interception of their own. Momentum once again going. Can't call it the way off this New York squad. New York City squad. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, they play deep in the jersey. I don't really know.
That they do.
Is it really New York? Oh, wow. Rodgers jaw jacking in people's faces.
Is anybody really surprised that Aaron Rodgers talks a lot?
I know, right?
Gun. Breece Hall to the right. No real receivers beyond. That's going to be a little bit of tight end blocking from number 87 to the right side, and kind of makes it seem like this is going to the right. A fantastic misdirection, but only 3 yards will be their reward for the plays on this. Now heavily loading the right side again, trips up on the line. 2 seconds, not going to call this one before the end of the quarter.
A little bit of gains off a creative play, something about a victory onto itself. Let's see if you can build on that. So, fourth quarter here, 5 more minutes on the clock. Even though the clock is accelerated in a tie game, it could be an eternity to make sure you score and prevent any other opportunities for your opponent to do the same.
Another fantastic connection. Jetson, Juste, Aaron Rodgers, all spreading around the ball very well right now. And this is just doing a great job of throwing Neighbors' defense off. Like, so easy just to predict, like, oh, it's going to go to Wilson. It's going to go to Wilson. It's going to go short, right or left side pass to Brees Hall. But that is not what's happening here on the day. Lazar, I believe, even has more yards than Wilson does.
Oh, is that the case? Oh, wow. That's something that snuck up on me there. It's definitely a telltale sign of the kind of games we're seeing here, the kind of play styles we're seeing.
Back in the gun yet again. Brees Hall, rock in hand, rushes this one up for a first down, plus a whole lot more. About shook off the entire first tackle there. Right up to the second, 310 total, and this game isn't even over.
Yeah, defensive coordinator is getting the side eye with that one. 4 guys going the wrong way, 2 more in the back. That is something of a thing for a highlight reel, am I right?
Speaking of, Lazar, this one out yet again. The receiver Y is really popping off right now. 126 yards. Who is Garrett Wilson?
Ridiculous. Back in the gun. Rodgers, hand off, and okay. We're finally seeing a little bit of adaptation. And even though it's a tight score, the momentum is definitely in Juste's way, it seems like, here in the fourth.
So last 2 minutes coming in here. If you're Juste, obviously you want to spend a minute and 55 seconds of this just getting up to that 1 yard line, preferably on a first down or so. But Hall right here, Hall's gonna give this one up, rushes down for the first down, and now it's just a battle of yardage and time.
Yep, that's a very smart play to do the down yourself right there. But yeah, you're right. Clock management is super important now for them because you're in a silver situation. You score next and then run it down. You walk away and force game 3.
A little methodical play. Here's the timeouts getting started for Neighbor. They have read the writing on the wall and know that right now they are mostly fighting against this this clock right now. Decision coming in. Not okay. There you go. Now getting to the field. Aaron Rodgers, the gun. Garrett Wilson brought a little bit closer to him. That's going to be zone coverage. Right, Brees Hall. Yeah, not going to matter. Another timeout coming though.
Yeah, missed the blitz, unfortunately. Had to double back. Yeah, killed a couple seconds, but more importantly, you had to use that second timeout, and that may be something super critical for Juste, seeing your opponent blow a second one back to back.
There's Lazard, gets past one, gets Russell down like pretty much right after that. Still a single timeout though. This is kind of playing with fire here for New York Jets. Is this going to be the concede? This is a tied ball game. Okay.
Who conceded there? Was it
I,
Neighbor?
I believe that was Neighbor that conceded. We're going to go ahead and get confirm on that one and a lot more. We got our go-to production staff in our ears in the cans, as we say in the business, who's going to give us updates on that one and more. Because we're looking from Juste's perspective, though, I do believe that was the concede from Neighbor, as the writings on the wall is moving it down the field. But I have to say, in a tie game, especially given that this was like marching down, and they didn't really get a whole lot done with Brees Hall in the beginning part of this game. So logic follows like, hey, this is a pick that's entirely possible, especially if these screens are coming out left and right. That was already 2 pick sixes we've seen on the day here, Novanta. Both of those coming off the back of reading screens and just getting interrupted right in that pocket and then just taking it down the field for 6. Now, we will see this, and we're going to get, yeah, so that is a forfeit from Neighbor getting that
Okay.
confirmed. We're going to a game 3 now for our first match of the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to having a game 3. It looks like Juice was earning it, but without actually scoring, that right there is a head scratcher because you could have been turned over on downs. It could have been another pick. It could have been an overtime situation. I hope that doesn't come to bite Neighbor in the proverbial behind because you had a lot of ways to walk away the victor here with a tie game situation. But it wasn't my decision, and game 3 is inbound.
Absolutely. Thinking about things that either of these teams need to do differently. Honestly, if you're Juice, I think you found the momentum that you wanted here. The only thing that I'd say is maybe just take a little bit more time with your plays, right? Like there were multiple times they were coming in with the hurry up and just a situation didn't require it, right? It even would have benefited them to get a lot more of this time burnt out. And then we saw that situation come all the way down in the end as well. If your Neighbor, and of course you're still playing on the Buffalo Bills, I'd have to say getting the tight end involved a little bit more. We saw that way more than in game 1. We saw Dawson Knox come forth and have that's just repeated overall offensive pressure that yielded in yards and whatnot, Novanta.
Yeah, the one thing I would say also, if I'm Neighbor, you gotta take this time, this concession time, then to go through the Jets playbook and see what's being used and what's being used against you. That's the only way I can see why doing this will be a benefit to you because now you put yourself in a position to have to do a full game from scratch. And if you're Juice Tate, yeah, you're absolutely right. I do think you found a way to have that smash mouth game, but it felt too jagged. It felt like now we're doing the run section, now we're doing the screen section. I want a bit of a medley, want a bit of a potpourri, if you will.
Yeah, like that mixed bag, that grab bag. Variety is the spice of life, people. Embrace it in all ways, shapes, and forms. Madden is no exception. I do think that both of these teams have been doing a good job of doing that, but at the end of the day, the James Cook rushing situation was really bad in the first quarter, even bleeding into the second quarter there. I believe that was negative 14 yards to start this one off at the first 2 attempts. So what that tells me again is this is a team, 2 teams really, but mostly this is that was the Neighbor Buffalo Bills that was kind of feeling the negative effect from this. It was like always going from the gun, even if you're rushing the ball, right? Like enforcing your running back to take a couple extra steps unnecessarily.
Yeah, and I gotta say, this is the Rally Cat Collegiate Series, and well, if you want to go to college and help your country, you too could be a part of the National Guard. Soldiers in the Guard may qualify to receive education benefits from state and federal tuition programs, and soldiers in the Guard have the opportunity to gain transferable skills and leadership qualities outside of the workplace or classroom while pursuing a full-time job or going to school full-time. Learn more at nationalguard.com.
Fantastic organization. Set up competitions like this one, make these possible for various colleges all around, colleges and universities, excuse me, all around this great country. Oh, that was almost a pick. Aaron Rodgers 1 for 1 on 1 yard, almost 0 for 1 with 1 INT. That was coming back the other way as well. Been a terrible way to start this one out. Dangerous play for Juice, but nothing really coming in with negative effect though.
That last play was kind of like a catch, an interception catch at the same time. Weird.
It was weird. Rolling way out. Rodgers barely gets this one out. Loss of down, and Aaron Rodgers is visibly upset after that one.
Yeah, that ball popping out, tell you, Bill, Rodgers, to say the least, I was almost in that safety zone. You don't want that, especially in the first.
Uzomah got a little bit of attention, now gets picked yet again, but Aaron Rodgers just does not have enough time to get this ball out anywhere but onto the green next to him for no loss of yards, but loss of the down. Juice Tay. And then the kind of measured plays, that's a thing of the past here. Audibles upon audibles here in 4th and 9 on the 17 as of right now. Wilson getting sent way far out. Garrett Wilson just not really being utilized as much. Hook play for Wilson, but this goes to Uzomah. Big man wrestled down about the 45-yard line.
Well, you know, I have a kind of a reservation of doing the 4th and long very early on, but if it works out like that, bails out New York, it connects, and that might be part of the toolkit nonetheless.
Resall beating feet up for single rush, 14 yards. Well, Buffalo Bills are shutting him down and second half earlier. That was a fantastic way to start out your rushing game. Into the gun, off to Hall. Couple diving attempts, 3 diving attempts, all
Oh, no.
missed. Now works his way back on the inside. And actually, kind of hits Garrett Wilson right there. It's 2 rushes for 43 yards.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Not only of the completion there for Juice Tay, but it was the blown player coverage and the tackle not once but twice. That is a mental error you don't quite see from Neighbor, and that's something that may be indicative of what's happening here in Game 3.
Just like literally that animation, just diving after a player who's just a couple inches outside of your reach. I think that can be a fantastic way to describe this game. Number 1 so far. Brees Hall lowers the shoulder, gets it down for about 6 on this one. They're going to be on the 6-yard line.
Man, can you imagine losing 2 games to the Jets? Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me.
Brees Hall tries for the second attempt and gets nowhere on that one. Loss of 3 yards, excuse me, and the down on that one, Navanta.
Well, here's the deal. It's still early yet, but we're seeing a little bit of that, I don't want to say playing angry, but a bit more aggressive on that defensive side from Buffalo, being able to close the gaps, try to go for the sack a lot more often. It's close quarter combat. No one has scored quite yet, but it definitely feels like the Bills are playing some of the Jets game now.
And once again, gonna get up there, interrupt it. Ball gets out barely, but 4th and 7 coming up. Juice Tay went for this one on like the 25 the other side, but it's gonna be guaranteed points, or quote unquote guaranteed points. Up and down. Bills defense not ready for that one. Gonna be happy to take 3 points when Juice Tay was hanging out on the end zone.
First game or first game of the series starting with a field goal. And so it's funny because I feel like in game 1 it was going to be like touchdowns upon touchdowns. But imagine if this game comes down to a game of field goals.
Love it. Would love it. We
It
saw
would.
a safety in, what was that? Yeah, that was last weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was the safety that forced like dangerous, risky gambling plays on the other side, and they did come out on top with a field goal, 3 to trump 2 on that one, and that was an incredibly close one. That was, of course, another qualifier here. The bomb is out. Shakir whips around for this one, 21 yards on the recovery.
Quick-witted to put yourself on a swivel because had that not been the case, that would have been an interception.
Shakir low. Juice Tay, of course, one of the qualifiers from Open Qualifier 4. Juice Tay had played in a whole lot of these as well. The consistent attempts and nice pick here. Carter the second got a pick in the previous game. Now gets an INT in this one, and a 3-0 game now seems with a lot more momentum for the Juice Tay Jets.
Yeah, it was interesting. Once they got caught, I could almost hear Juice be like, come on, man, get up and get some more yards back. What are you doing? It was clean as a whistle. That was well earned.
Really was. Not great field position, not going to matter when you can come into a situation, and heck, another field goal, that's 6 points. That's some serious pressure on the scoreboard here. 4 rushes, 45 yards, 11 and some change per rush for Brees Hall. Why would you do anything else?
You know what? I'm sorry. I don't want to harp on this so much, Tugboat, but I have to go back to that last game and that forfeit. I'm not sure if that was the best thing to do to concede so late to give your opponent a psychological advantage, because it seems very much like it's Juice Tay and the Jets' time right now.
I 100% agree. 100% agree. A man named Brees Hall has contributed so much to the offense so far. Why not go back to him here for Juice Tay? Neighbor drops this series. You're going to have to look back on that decision, really examine it, especially if there's some more Neighbor contention in the lower side of the bracket, we'll say. Into the first quarter now, Jets marching down the field at a 3-point advantage, nothing for the Buffalo Bills.
I've never seen a game where 3 points feels so heavy. But that said, not saying doom and gloom. There's very much an opportunity to flip the tables or upset the apple cart if you're a Neighbor in the Bills.
From the gun yet again. I have to agree. I mean, 3 points seems like nothing normally, but those are... Uso Ma almost gets out of that one, just dragging feet, and does finally go down. But yes, the biggest 3-point differential we've seen so far If this was like, 14-7 even, that 3 points means nothing. But Brees Hall getting it around yet again, and now running, trips up number 27 over his own 2 feet. And that's our first offensive touchdown of this third game.
Well, I know they say all points are the same, but how that done was feel like a hurting blow. Just being able to break the coverage and then just put yourself across the desert all the way to the touchdown line. It's 10-0. Might as well feel like 100 right now.
I 100% agree. 100% agree. No points on the board, facing down 10 on the other side. 2 scores at least here required for Neighbor to bring this one back. We're really going to see them on the offense for the first real time. After the first real time they threw more than a mild range ball, it gets picked in the first quarter right there. Neighbor, this is your time to shine and prove you know what you were doing here on offense. Will not be shut down by a sea o green.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, man. That swarm of bees offense. Sometimes it kind of comes late after the fact, but knowing that you have to have a play decided quickly over time, it can be a bit of pressure that's more so self-inflicted. Oh my
Loads
goodness.
of time, loads of time. Stays in the pocket right there and pays dearly for it. 2nd and 17 coming up, Navanto.
Interesting case. It's still early enough yet till the first half, but I do think this is a must-score drive for Josh Allen and company. What I would do, though, is not rely on the extra step outside the pocket. Gotta make sure you do some quick passes like that.
There you go. Davis almost jumps into the inside, lined up the defenders right there at first, and only one was enough to take him down. 3rd and 4, much more comfortable here for the neighbor-controlled Buffalo Bills. Out to it, right to the middle. Stephon Diggs just doing Stephon Diggs things, and defenders, wow, draws this one up perfectly and gets the defenders a kind of pick or rub play, pick or to take and choose your verbiage right there. It was fantastic. This is the 3-point differential at 0-3 is nothing compared to the 3-point differential here 7-10.
It's comeback season officially on because that run was so good. You had Jets tackling Jets. You see that? It was almost like a cartoon. What just happened?
Like with the feet under him, like they're like tripping up over yourself. It's like, hold up, zoinks!
Yada yada yada. You know what I mean? It was just
Yeah, yada
awesome.
yada. Eyes popping out of their head and like, awooga, no! You like turn it around, turn this train around. And then the 2 team defenders like turn into trains. Like one's the wheel, one's the conductor.
Right.
Lazard. I feel like it sounds like a negative thing to say about Travis Kelce, always saying that he's the bailout factor of the Kansas City Chiefs, but Lazard really is that here for the New York Jets. Other options fail with Gibson and Zuma with the protection in the front. It's going to be enough there for Lazard. Check out their total yardage in just a little bit.
Yeah, it's funny because it's almost like a secret weapon because Lazard is almost slower than most. And that could have been caught in midair. Lazard is slower than most, so it's kind of easy to write off and go, oh, there's no way that, that person will have any kind of positive gain with the ball. But once he gets it, it's like almost a guaranteed moving up the field.
Always seeming to get there as well. I mean, just had really good hands on the day, gotta say.
Yes, we do.
It's all going to be put into back rolls yet again. That's going to be hands down the worst rush of his play here on the day for this third game. Again, folks, we had what? It was 42 points against 21 in game number 1. Neighbor with the pick 6 in the very, very end. Juste brought this one back. Neighbor forfeit in game number 2 with a little bit of time on the clock. I'd be looking back on that one, thinking about decision time, but game 3 now, bare lead here for Juste. About 2 minutes left in the second quarter, tries to get this one out, and it's going to be drill time on the right side, just outside. IRL, there'd be a lot more to say about this one.
Yeah, game did Aaron Rodgers a favor because I just saw R1 being lined up. That was almost guaranteed interception. Just take the yards you got and be lucky enough to fight another day.
Exactly. It doesn't pop out like that in real life frequently. Game's going to give a little bit of love to the New York Jets and Juste. Considering, citing, surveying, and casting votes here is Aaron Rodgers. Lifetime in the back. Now Audible's done. Figures him out. Snaps it out. 77 getting a fantastic block. Plants the feet. That's Brees Hall right up the middle. Jets blocking Jets yet again.
It is definitely a cartoon situation, but you
Oh,
don't let your
boy.
receiver just hang out in the middle, popping a beach chair, getting a tan. What was going on? Where's the coverage?
Why play NFL Blitz or any of those other kind of meme football games when we have stuff like this, man? Like we still have like crazy wonky plays, the Jets blocking their teammates and everything else. Brees Hall threading needles again, man, just weaving something beautiful across the middle.
Well, it's still the first half, and it's still 10-7. But it seems every time the Jets have the ball, we're getting more of a dynamic play. We're seeing the variety, spice of life. We're getting that. We're getting our juke plays. We're getting our passes. This is what we're talking about. Juice State always had the tools. It's just not being predictable was their biggest crutch, and they really were in game one. I'm not seeing it now.
Yeah, unpredictable. The element of surprise. We talked about that so much, and Juice State took that game 2 off the back of the new team here of the New York Jets. 3rd and inches. Brees Hall could spit to the first down line on the next one. See how they do when they essentially have 2 plays to work with. Me personally, I'm throwing this moderate pass on 3rd and inches.
I'll totally ask you personally. Why would I ask you professionally, man? Like, what would you do if you were playing right now? You know what I would do? Not concede. No. What I would do is definitely, if I was on defense, it's full-on blitz.
Sparing none here is Novanta. I love it. I love it. Hey, I mean, we'll examine the decision later if it really comes down. But yeah, if neighbor, yeah, we'll just determine later. Brees Hall right up the middle. I'm not against it. This is just a safe play, right? And especially given the neighbor could have forecasted this one, like, oh, Brees Hall right up the middle, daring today, I see. Then they can set up a defense that could actually come up because 3rd and inches is easy. Throw the ball, don't make it okay. It's just me 4th and inches, and you have the same exact thing coming up next.
I will say you mentioned that last week, the daring I see. I never heard of it, and I've been obsessed with those memes for the past 6 days.
Dude, SpongeBob memes are just the best. They really are.
There's so many of them. There's like a new one every year.
I don't think. Like, I've actually had this like kind of, I mean, before the internet, you could probably it'd be one of those things you just have to like debate about, maybe call a library or something. But a TV show that has yielded the most memes, I think The Office is definitely up there. I think that something like Friends would be up there, but SpongeBob is, especially for the popularity of the memes they have yielded, it's got to be the highest, right?
Which is wild because The Simpsons has more episodes, right?
Simpsons is up there as well, and yes, definitely. I mean, probably maybe even twice as many episodes or so. But like, more, especially like the popularity of the memes, right? Like the SpongeBob looking out the window at Patrick and at Patrick and Squidward playing, like that dominated every social media for a while.
Right.
How many times we need to teach you this lesson, old man?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out.
I'm gonna head out. The money, Mr. Krabs meme, like
Right.
it's a lot. I'm gonna head out. Actually, that probably was the most dominant takeover of social medias.
The sassy SpongeBob meme, where you do the caps lowercase.
Oh, yep. Yeah, or the fingernails, like the long fingernails on SpongeBob and bougie mode. Yep, another good one.
We have so many, man. So many.
Shout out to the Simpsons, though. Shout out to the Simpsons.
Absolutely.
Hey, maybe one day you'll make like 2,000 episodes and it'll be more than you'll yield more memes. Who knows?
I mean, what's up to now? 750 or it's like a lot.
It is quite a lot. That might be worth a Google. First 10 though. Searching as well, not necessarily on Google though, his neighbor for another touchdown to try and take a lead going into this second half.
Second half is
Okay.
now official. First half done, 13-7. New York Jets over the Buffalo Bills. And wow, AFC clash, and I couldn't call it, but now that seems way more probable, seeing how the two styles of teams have been playing.
Yeah, and both teams really have developed their own styles here. I do think that outside of minor plays to play or play to play, the predictability has been mostly deficit as well, mostly not found here as well, I should say. Really mixing things up and giving defenses not really a whole lot to go off of.
Yeah, just as a note here, according to Wikipedia, as of February 18th, 2024, there are 761 episodes of The
Wow,
Simpsons.
that was really close. It was really close.
Hey,
You said it's
that's-
750.
Yeah, Price is Right numbers. I win.
Did I get 762?
Oh, come on! Oh, good look!
Ooh! Sauce Gardner let the man cook. Another diving attempt right there. Gardner decides, hey, the pick is going to be enough. I'll take this on the 43.
I gotta give him props for having those Spectre gadget arms just out of nowhere, almost like 10 feet up in the sky.
Go, go,
Wow.
gadget interception.
Yeah.
Reese Hall, the outside, another long rush, and there is no longer a reason to do anything else besides rush this ball or get short inside passes. You do not want to have a pick potential. You do not want to fumble this ball, this going in the hands of Aaron Rodgers. You do not want a rush that comes in and yields in this pop out ball where another defender can get under it, run it back for a 6.
Yeah.
It is worth stating that you take these two situations where Juice Tay kicked a field goal and you go for a touchdown attempts. One was a darn near impossible attempt. One was like a maybe. But the fact that they have that 6 points from those two field goals attempts, those more guaranteed points, looks like it's really, really going to have an effect coming in here.
Yeah, and absolutely. That's the best way to say it, succinctly. To paraphrase a line of commentary from the game FIFA, it looks like the Bills supporters have lost their will to support because the momentum is firmly in Jersey right now.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Vision tunnel people rejoicing. R1 right up the middle. Gibson does get that in. Nicely done. This is going to be on the 9-yard line here for Juice Tay. Hey, again, why not waste this clock, my friend?
Get the medic out there. You see how he landed? It was like helmet first into a shin. Jeepers.
Big handoff here. Now Lazard gets hit right there. There's an entire sea of Buffalo Bills players just dives for the right side end zone right there. Everybody just going the same way, and he actually gets around a lot of them.
Yeah, that's definitely frustration when on defense you turn the game into NFL blitz, and that's when you have a broken mental opponent, broken their mental. It looks like we didn't get a score there, but it definitely feels like one more touchdown can really seal this one away.
Yeah, or at least like put on some serious pressure. The Neighbors is gonna have to force like some onside kick attempts in our fourth quarter situation that nobody wants to be in. The end around fake, Gibson all the way to the outside. Why not waste a couple of extra seconds? Juice Tay earning this one thoroughly.
Wow. Just wow has been a word I've been saying a bit. Momentum is out the window. But what I want to say is the execution. You had the loss. You found a way to adjust. You pick a new team, a new approach, new philosophy, and you're just a couple moments away of walking away with the dub.
Away with a dub right here. Earn you the ability to go forth and play against. Oh, I just had the bracket up. There we go. You play against. There you go. Luke plays LAX. So Luke plays lacrosse, if I'm to assume that LAX means that. Also, as well, folks, want to give you a little bit of an update. No Mercy Lambeau has put down UMYP. UMYP and Laka Mo Jr. both losing to No Mercy Lambeau, and Luke plays LAX respectively. Jordu and Noah going to be playing. As of right now, we do not have the results of that. Again, winner of this going to be playing against Luke plays LAX.
Have you played lacrosse they're talking about?
I have not. I
am not built for that. Way too much cardio. I had to train for like a week to do it, and for intramural when I was in college, and I was the most sore I've ever was in my life. Maybe really? Besides snowboarding. Yeah, it's just your entire body. It's just assault.
Oh, Josh Allen takes a look down bottom, and number 95 punishes him for the look right there. Williams puts a big body down on top of Josh Allen right there. That's going to be enough for at least for a statement. It's like, hey, this middle is never as open as you think it is, my friend.
Absolutely. I think that's very much a statement play to say you can go as far wide as you want, but you got to go through our front door.
Josh Allen, now this time going to be giving a lot more. You know he checked his peripherals for Williams, lurking somewhere. I know he's there.
Seeing Adams being player controlled. So I was like, want to see how they're going to tackle that one. Full on spear mode.
3rd and 3. Plenty of time in the pocket. Josh Allen hanging out, gets an easy first down, slide down, 3 rushes, 12 yards. The first one was a bad attempt. The second one was solid for a first down plus a little bit more, or getting really, really close to that one, excuse me. Third one there is good enough for the first down. Now getting hit by number 4 again, man. A lot of times these offensive players are shooting themselves in the foot with trying to just move through their AI controlled teammates.
Looked like they were going for the slants there, but every single target got stuck in traffic, and Josh Allen didn't have a clear path and paid for it. And there's another pirouette. Watch your knees, man. Knee health's important.
You're not going to be able to be tossing this rock from the seated lotus position here, folks. Knee's important. Allen all the way back. James Cook probably on bodyguard duties. Yes, that was 100% necessary. And Josh Allen is giving the field up again. Why throw this when you only need 3 and you're giving it right up the middle? Especially with this just collapsing. You see 5 players all the way inside. Somebody's going to get that blocked away.
Yeah, a lot of times this happens with mental blocks where you go, look, we're going to do this play, then that play, then that play, and you kind of close the creative side, the other side of your brain going, look, I can do something, I can find something else, and we have officially conceded the series. This right here is a come from behind victory for Juice Tay. Congratulations.
Another first down right there is going to yield the forfeit from Neighbor. Neighbor going to be dropping down to the lower bracket, so their run is not done. Also, we do not have our 4th game results reported, but the only game that did not go down to a 2-0 sweep in that series, therefore, round number 1 of this upper side of the bracket. Be seeing results and more as they roll in here, Navanta.
Yeah, you know, that's why it's exciting seeing who is going to come out and who is going to go down. If you would have asked me, who do you think is going to win after the first half of the first game, it was definitely Neighbors series to lose and lose. Unfortunately, they did. They go down to the lower bracket. We got to give her props to resolve with Juice Tay going with a presumably weaker team, having one that fits hand to glove, got themselves a dub.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like the simple fact, the confidence in the change, first of all. Second of all, the fact that you know that this defense can come forth and give you similar kind of plays as the Buffalo Bills do. I think both of these players, both Juice and Neighbor, had a similar kind of like mindset on this. Like, we don't necessarily need like this offensive powerhouse that is, you know, the Lamar Jackson-led Baltimore Ravens, excuse me. The Patrick Mahomes-led Kansas City Chiefs. You don't necessarily need this because defense wins championships, and that's where both of these players' minds are on.
Yeah, element of surprise. I asked questions about changing teams during the series. Well, it actually worked here, so you can't call it copium, right?
Exactly.
Wow, GG's all around.
Exactly. Also, folks, we're going to be getting interviews in and hearing from these players like a little while later. Like, we obviously want to like cover a whole lot of players on the day, but especially given this first round, nobody's getting eliminated from this one yet, so we're not going to like, there's no, you know, inability to get inside the minds of some of these players, at least yet, given that all 8 players, still within a solid shot. And that is UMYP going to be playing, Neighbor now playing against Laka Mo Jr. Juice Tay will be moving on to play against Luke plays LAX. Luke plays Recross in that second round upper bracket. First round of the lower bracket is where we'll be heading to in just a little bit, folks. Break coming up here as we've gotten this one figured on out. FBI Tubbock Novanta, you getting these players together, and back with you in just a minute. Hello and welcome back. Hopping right on into it. FBI Tugboat here with my man Novanta. Novanta, we have Juice Tay taking on Luke Plays Lacrosse in this second round of the upper bracket.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. I spent the whole break trying to figure out have you been actually on the tugboat, but that is not that's this is way more important. Juice Tay off a fresh series W against Luke Plays LAX, who's playing the Chiefs, a team we've seen many times here in this series.
Yes, many times. Many times. What we just got a little Bills versus Bills, then some Bills versus Jets, not once but twice in a row. Juice Tay riding with the Jets. Punched his ticket. He's gonna get priority seating if he pays a little bit extra for it, of course.
Yeah, so I'm talking about here. And this already going back to what worked, but it didn't work there. I thought it was going to be a catch, but it was swatted down there by the Chiefs.
Luke plays lacrosse. Defense showing out here in Arrowhead early. We've already seen weeks past the absolute effect that home field advantage here can have for the Chiefs. Now Rogers back in the pocket. Uzama once again biggin, and now a juke to the right side. This should be able
Oh,
to slows him down a little bit, but
oh.
Uzama uses the perfect. That's just off the back of thousands of hours of playing Madden and realizing how these computer players do track, like where they go straight line, right? Lined up the defensive player that messed up the tackle, messes up the momentum of the second, and puts this one in for 7.
Tugboat, you and I have done Rocket League for years. We were talking about boost management. Didn't think we had enough juice to get over the line, but with a couple of just savvy moves, it's now a 7-0 game.
Takes this one more up to about the 27, so that's going to be advantage as soon as Luke plays the cross. Is any opportunity to show up in offense or special teams going to show up with that one? The Navantas of the world's rejoice.
You have to do it. And I always say this in tournament play. What does it matter when you win your series quickly and you have a bit of a layoff? Will that be a little bit of rust that they have to work
hmm
through in this
hmm
best of three?
It's a very good question. Always something that has to be at the forefront of the minds. Juice Tay coming hot off the presses when it comes to talking about playing competitively. Luke plays lacrosse has finished out their series a little while earlier, so logic would follow. Be playing some still games to keep themselves warm, but not 100% sure. Lights and sounds going the way of Valdez Scantling. That's inside a couple, but there is what, one, two, three, four green jerseys around there. And that's not going to be the same juice tape result.
Totally escaped the player controlled coverage, but who don't got me, but the AI got me, right?
The pocket looking comfortable. 100%. You know who has who. That's Mecole Hardman Jr. Patrick Mahomes has gotcha.
Let me ask you a question there, Tugboat. Look,
Hit me.
I'm not hating on the Chiefs. In fact, if I was playing a tournament, I would use the Chiefs too. But I gotta say, would you have a second team if you played Madden? Would you pick the Chiefs if you had a tournament situation, or else you have another team in mind?
I, again, I think we've sort of broached the topic before. I feel like I'm going to take everything that I can get. Chiefs, the Chiefs for a reason. Gibson gets up to about the 22, 23. That's going to be the 22. So you pretty much have to have Chiefs like right there, good to go, unless you're one of these like incredibly intricate and complicated and like really
Oh, okay.
skillful players
Here's
like
a
Juice
different,
Tay.
different, different question. Let's say the Chiefs have
Okay.
been banned in a tournament. You
Oh, got
can't
it.
use them. Where would you go?
Man, if I know nothing about my opponent, probably gonna go Bills. Probably gonna go Lamar Jackson led Baltimore Ravens after that. I love this Jets pick.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, the Jets are kind of a wild card team. I think that would be it. There's a bit of a sympathetic pull to do the Houston Texans. That's my team, but
hmm
I think you can't go wrong with the Jets. You can't go wrong with the Rams. They're kind of like these tier B squads that would probably hold
Yeah,
their own.
yeah. Trying to think. I mean, as a Panthers fan, I can never say that a competition I'm genuinely trying to win. I'm gonna pull out the Bryce Harper led Carolina Panthers. Garrett Wilson doesn't have much cares about my statements. That's another 7. All 3 drives ending 7 points on the board. Running around the league a little bit. I just it's Madden and using just a not, let's just honestly say it, like not a super flashy quarterback like Brock Purdy would kind of discourage me from going Niners. Raiders fan,
Wow,
definitely
you're a
could,
party
definitely could.
hater.
Definitely, not a pretty hater. Everyone who's been talking about how, like, it just he's surrounded with some of the best talent and skill positions, again, quote unquote skill positions around him. what he does with that is expected. I think a lot of people could do similar situations to what he's done in San Francisco, given the amount of talent around him.
I will say this: I don't hate the guy or love the guy, but he was everyone's villain in the Super Bowl. All the Swifties didn't like Brock Purdy at all. It was just kind of fun to watch, you
He
know.
was trying to actively destroy their love story. Can you be surprised? Throws this one.
Like a Hallmark movie. That's what it was.
Yeah, right. He was the bad guy. He was the bad guy. They did a great job of painting it with no redeeming qualities either. Jesus, nobody could talk about a single good thing that Brock Purdy had done, but
Right.
yeah. Ah, man, I would have, yeah, I've always had a special place in my heart for the Broncos, of course. Um,
That's
some
right.
of them, some of them, in Minnesota. We talked about this, man. Just the coolest guy in the NFL, Justin Jefferson. You just don't get better, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, Kirk Cousins is on the outs. Has gone down there to Atlanta. Just absolutely robbed a bag from Minnesota and took it down to ATL. Reading about that stuff has been amazing as well. Have you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Kirk Cousins, I thought would have been a lifer up there in Minnesota. And when I went to a Chargers game and the Vikings were in town, everyone had
Mhm.
Kirk Cousins jersey specifically. But hey, you know what? Got to go where the money goes, or got to go where you're booked, as they say.
Yeah, they and he definitely did. He most certainly did. One playoff game in a dozen years, or one playoff win, excuse me, in a dozen years.
That's how it's done,
It's
baby. Let's
Yeah,
go.
exactly, exactly. No one does it better than Kurt Cobain's right there.
Oh man. You know, when I play Madden in the story mode, I'm always a QB, even though I played nose in high school because I was a
Mhm.
house. I was 5'9",
It's
275.
a brick.
Yeah, house. And they always draft me to the Jets, so it's come full circle here.
That was Kelsey getting his first for 21 on this methodical, yeah, the short methodical drives now for Luke plays across. He scores here. I would be surprised if we see something different from Juste. Yes, the big bomb plays has resulted in two of these three touchdowns thus far, but this is much more measured. Both of these players now felt each other out a whole lot. Wild card, I'm giving something like the Titans. Of course, Derrick Henry not there anymore.
I hear you.
Think he's going over to the Ravens. That would be an easy decision if we could get like updated rosters and get a Derrick Henry led backfield, playing second fiddle kind of to Lamar Jackson, which is weird to say about a man named Derrick Henry.
I don't want to hear anything. There's only one team in the AFC South, and it's Houston Texans. It's one team conference. That's one team
Got it.
division. That's it.
Smallest conference, guys.
Yeah,
Smallest smallest division. Yeah,
the
excuse
smallest
me.
division is one team. That's it.
Moving around backfield a little bit. Easy
Oof.
peasy. Rasheed Wright is going to bring this one in. We're back to a tie ball game. This is nothing if not methodical and predictable for these two. Offenses have just been absolutely slicing and dicing defenses up to this point. We have 28 points in the first quarter. We had 21 between Juste and Neighbor in their first game. 14 for their second, 21 for their no, yeah, 21 for their first, sorry, and, yeah, 28 is everything, and there's still 23 seconds, which tells me that, hey, why not 35, right?
Yeah, why not? No, but we've seen this before. We've seen this kind of mirror match type situation where the energies are pretty similar, the plays are pretty similar, and the first game really came down to a single mental mistake that U State made, but obviously had corrected because they're now on the advanced round. So this is kind of part of the process, figuring out what your opponent has. Why is Andrew Rogers' helmet so weirdly shaped? That sort of thing, and hopefully someone can put on the afterburners soon.
There's just so much surface area in there, it has to cover, man, has to cover.
I guess. Is he thinking he's going to be the football? Like, why is he so aerodynamic?
And, you have to think, yeah, if you are the football, then how can you possibly throw a pick? Also, I want to give a huge, massive apology to the entire city of Detroit. The Lions, dude, the Lions, hands down.
Oh yeah,
What they did this past year, I think was inspiring for more than just a football team, more than football fans. I think that really did a big stuff within Detroit. Obviously, Detroit, going through their own economic whatnots throughout the late 70s, 80s, 90s with a lot of
sure.
manufacturing going other places and whatnot. But I really do feel like if you're picking a place in the Midwest that is definitely on the up and up, you just can't really use the term Rust Belt anymore.
Yeah, it's funny when golf got traded out there. I was like, well, that's into him, but he found a way to come out
Yes,
hard,
yes.
rise like the Phoenix. And as the Rams decline because they mortgaged their entire future for one championship, that's besides the point. But yeah, props to Detroit, man. They're coming back.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Wow.
easy
Props to
peasy.
Garrett Wilson. The if you start running and you don't even see another player on the opposite side until you're at like the 25-yard line on the screen, I think it's fair to say that's going to be 7 on the board. Juice Tay started this one out, got the 7 on the board. Luke plays across. Whether or not they're anticipating the fake doesn't matter. You still want to play this just because the how infrequently extra point kick does get blocked. Really, really does not happen very often. I've always loved Philly as well.
Ah,
Like
man,
I just love the city, and that does extend to its football team.
do you love the Philly City? I never been.
I
Well, I've been once by accident, but I never actually walked around
okay.
in town. Yeah.
Love Philly. Spent a lot of time there. Just like any major city, you got to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Treat it like a city. Keep your wits about you, we'll say, right?
Right. Yeah, I
Uh,
made a wrong turn off the turnpike and I drove through Philadelphia, but I never actually got
ah,
out the car and walked around.
there
So
you go. There you go. Well,
yeah.
depending on where you were, you should have taken the opportunity. But Philly, love the city. Philly, love the team. Philly fans, though, that is they're a different breed. This is true.
Right. Dirty Birds. Is that what it is?
Pretty birds, man.
Is that Baltimore? I don't know. They're all birds.
Won the you could describe either. Wins the championship, destroys the city. I don't
Right.
know.
I mean, you only got a couple times in your life to do that. So
That's fair. Fair. Hey, you want to go riot? I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel about the question.
I mean, hey, was it a good reason or a happy reason? A bad reason or happy? Oh, happy reason? All right, cool. I'll come with you.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do
Uh,
it.
I'm kidding, guys. If you listen to this, we're totally kidding. 21-14, a 2-minute warning in the first half. The New York Jets up by a score, and it does feel like, and even the game agrees, momentum is squarely in New York's favor. Juice Tay's on a run, to say the least.
Yeah, speaking of Pacheco getting involved right now, first down plus some 5 seconds after the 2-minute warning here. Navante, this has just been a day of back and forth scoring. Juice Tay started it. We've seen 5 totals since then, 6 possibly coming up in a little bit, especially if Luke plays lacrosse, continues to get a man named Isaiah Pacheco involved in this offense. There's the fake. There's the screening out to Rasheed
Oh,
Rice. Tries to dip back inside to get across a couple of defenders. Not going to happen. Now it's a waste time type situation for Luke plays. You do not want to give this ball back with any amount of time. You also have 3 timeouts as well. So this is pretty primo situations.
yeah, it totally is. You wanted to do a interception as well. I would run the ball personally because you have about 30 seconds. There's almost 2 plays to make that happen. It's a short pass that could have been caught. What?
Ooh, Clark, right there, user controlled as well, was seeing 6 in his eyes the other way. That barely gets caught. And this is going to be Luke Plays, who's very happy that that play ended in just a 1 yard and single down deficit. Setting back in the pocket, Patrick Mahomes gets the coverage he's been looking for so far as Marquise Valdez Scantling gets that ball in. I said the name right.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you did. Props. I
Thanks,
know
man.
fortune favors the bold, but that was kind of risky, even though it's the first half still. You know?
Agreed. Agreed. And especially going in the same screenplay twice. Valdez Scantling catches a ball through the body of another man. If we get this on replay, you'll literally watch this ball kind of come through the backside of this helmet.
I don't think you're gonna do that because that defies
Okay.
the laws of in-game physics. But you're absolutely right. It doesn't quite happen so much. Bending time and space like Avatar. But either way, that ourselves are on course for another tie game.
It's going to be another point here. Second half going to be looking pretty much the same as the first here. Completely neutral situation. 6 drives from these 2 teams, each one ending with a touchdown. Perfectly slotted extra point. 18 seconds to go or so. If I'm the Jets, I'm bringing this one out. Okay.
All right. I guess the Chiefs were expecting that because like half the team's on the ground.
Disrespecting the Devantas of the world.
I know what's going on with that 40-yard run. That's all I ask.
We take it personally every time, folks. 18 seconds to go here. Rogers back in the pocket. Got to get a couple of big plays out quickly. That's not going to happen. There's a timeout, 2nd and 20. They're back on the 15-yard line.
So before we went live here with this game, we're talking about how this is definitely an opportunity for collegiate players to step up. Let me give a shout out to the colleges there. Talk about like who are we seeing on the field right now? Where schools they're from?
That's a very good point. Very good point. Brees Hall, controlled by Juice Tay, representing University out of Charlotte here. Another Carolina boy. Love to see it. Love to see it. South Carolina myself. Charlotte, obviously, up there in North Carolina. Clark University. That is where Luke plays lacrosse, hails from. Unsure, of course, if they play lacrosse with Clark, but representing that school, very, very much appreciated. Taking a look across these, we don't have like one college is representing a whole lot of these, and you're also looking at a pretty decently like wide open space, like West Virginia, Alabama, North Carolina, a little Tennessee action in here as well. Like, yeah, this is like centralized around the South for a lot of these teams, but no single state or no single college really representing everybody.
Yeah, it's one of the cool things about situations like or tournaments like this. You do get a bit of a flavor of different regions of the country and the history of how these schools come to be. So I got to give it props for that.
Simple fact that esports they be able to be played collegiate status, in 2024, really something that I'm about, and it's awesome what these young people and the opportunities they're being allotted via esports. Patrick Mahomes almost unleashes a cannon right there, but the wick is cut right on the side of the ship right there, doused with flame or doused with water immediately. The firing of that one.
Pat Mahomes has just been. You think about what athletes want to do for a single team and city. I mean, Pat Mahomes is that in spades, right? He kind of has like investments in town and charity work
Oh
in
yeah.
town. He kind of made himself like the unofficial mayor of Kansas City. And I was there last summer, and it was all out of season, but everyone was like, "Man, Pat Mahomes this, Pat Mahomes that." It's pretty cool.
He what's he do with barbecue? Does he has like he doesn't have a restaurant, right? But he has like barbecue like themed stuff that he sells there and it's got like his face or his number or something like that on it.
That's yes. That is kind of one of the many things he does around town.
What is it? Okay, you know what? We'll just Google it.
You better Google it, but
Absolutely.
they're gonna build a
Ooh,
statue.
Rage Barbecue in Kansas City and Lone Star State. Honestly, I have had barbecue in San Antonio before. I mean, his barbecue is it was good. I ate barbecue in Kansas City. I ate a burnt-in sandwich that made me want to bring tears to my eyes in public. But nobody is made more uncomfortable than a man alone in public starts crying, like while
Oh
eating,
yeah.
just no without saying anything. So I didn't want to make people uncomfortable.
Yeah, one of the cool things about barbecue in this country is that every region has their own interpretation. You know, Memphis, Texas, even Carolina. It's a little different, but Carolina has their own.
Hmm
Texas
hmm
gets a lot of love, but I guess my favorite barbecue region has to be KC style. There's a place over there I went to called Char Bar. Changed my life with their burnt ends.
Yeah, dude. Like this food will make you appreciate life on a different level, folks. I'm not kidding. Kansas
Mm.
City, say what you want. Had Patrick Mahomes in the squad. Obviously, got plenty of haters. You can't say nothing about the way they burn pig and eat it. It is absolutely amazing.
Oh man, Pacheco's all about to take a sweet walk in there like he was in a Willy Wonka set, but got stopped at the line. But you know what I like about this though, about the Kansas City Chief play style? They're not afraid to run the ball, even if they know the opportunity there is rapidly closing after the snap.
Last little bit on that. Seems that there's a rumor that Travis Kelsey, Patrick Mahomes, is going to be opening up a Kansas City steakhouse here soon. Would not be surprised if you could find some barbecue there. Pacheco, though, is going to be surprised he cannot find himself within the end zone on there. That's going to be a loss of about a yard or so. We were much closer a second ago. Second verse, better than the first. Isaiah Pacheco, ball in
Ooh.
hand in the lone defensive back, number 56. That Gardner, I can't, no, Williams, excuse me. We've seen Williams was singing their praises earlier. I believe that's Quentin Williams. Gonna be satisfied for three. Hey, this was one of the differences that Juice Tay ployed into their win earlier. Luke Play is now taking the guaranteed three.
Which is so surreal because I did witness a 4th and 25 going for it, right? I'm not crazy. That did happen today.
Devonta, wake up, man. We gotta cast. We gotta cast Madden today, dude. What are you doing?
4th and 25, go for it, bro. You can do it. But yes, 3 points are definitely better for the drive. I got to say this though, on the other side of things, field goals are something that came into play in the last game, last week. Kind of a non-issue here, but hey, points are points. If you can get yourself some room between you and your opponent, why not give yourself a bit of time?
I'm 100% with that, especially given that Juice Tate started this one out. So given that this one ended on a field goal, you can continue to trade like 1 for 1, 1 for 1, all the way down for four, and still end up with a 3 point advantage. Juice Tay, no situation. If you're doing touchdowns to get like an extra 2 points, and then overcome that 3 points. This is not the UFL. This is not exciting scoring endings. Ha ha ha
Wow, hot take,
ha ha ha
editorial.
ha
Like this.
ha.
All right, let's be honest. Will you be watching the UFL as seeing how the USFL has been corrupted, like I am doing with the XFL, or you just only open to spring football? You're like, well, I don't care how I'm getting it. I'm on board.
Okay, first, I'm down. Second, if you want to talk about corrupted, let's talk about the Arlington Renegades and just how that team got to the XFL championship last year, because that could be a very short
I
conversation.
agree that the Dragons are uncrowned champions. They don't even exist anymore, so I don't want to
They
hear
don't. They don't. But
it.
Luis Perez trades everything else after Vegas and other teams on the West Coast get deemed or get mathematically eliminated from playoffs. Then Arlington gets it. I'm just saying the Rock ploying a little bit of influence there. Folks is
But
from or is from
oh,
Arlington. Excuse me.
absolutely. And the fact the San Antonio Brahmas, which is the team that nobody likes, is still there.
Is still there. Yeah. Oh, if you're
Shout
Edwards, if you're Luke plays, you're not gonna like that pick. The big man, 78. Be happy they tackled him out of bounds on that one. We just witnessed a shift in momentum, my friend.
Well, that's what it says on the momentum meter on top of your screen there. I went from being neutral to just exciting times at Arrowhead or Arrowhead adjacent. Look, but let me ask you this. What do you do with this if your Luke plays? You just say, hey, look, I need to score here to put some more, or you're going to go back to doing the shore secure, move things up as quick as possible. Never mind. Here's a bomb.
There's the bomb. Hey, come on.
Forget
The
my
bomb said,
question, Tugboat.
"You're not dreaming. It's still Madden."
How dare I think I do like a run on worse than 10? Oof. Oh man, had a little bit of the
Hmm.
Sonic the Hedgehog feet skid there. Got caught behind defenders.
Don't be surprised you find some gold rings on the ground out there, folks. Trips left, almost gets this one out. Nope. That's going to be a very, very aggressively confident play, perhaps overly so here for Luke plays. Trying to just unload this one, and now your result off of what at least two attempts of some long balls, just give me points and give them to me now type mentality. 3rd and 20. This just got a whole lot harder.
Let's see what we have here. Shot to the end zone, and oh my goodness
What?
me!
Now that's
Now,
the about as scantling that we saw in the Super Bowl. My oh my, 10-point game here as Butker remains perfect on the day. How interesting is it that we saw 42 or no, excuse me, 28 of these points in the very first quarter, and after that is just busted wide open. Gibson with a little head of steam. Oh, the wall right
yeah.
there. If that was if that was penetrated, there was a lot of green on the other side. And I'm not talking about New York Jets.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope that it would have happened. It would have made my day. But you know what? Defenses are better than that. And to answer your last question, like it wasn't even so much the catch of that last touchdown. It was being Pat Mahomes being off balance. If you saw, it was the wrong leg and still got enough power to shoot in the corner. That's why Pat Mahomes is elite.
Yes, he is. Speaking of corner plays, Gibson off the kickoff return. Me glad fatigue ain't a thing. Man just ran 35 yards down, got absolutely slanted to the ground afterwards, and then has another like 35-yard run. He's just a sprint the entire time.
You know, can I ask you another UFL question? Just one
Let's hear
more.
it. Let's hear
So
it.
before we
I'll
went
talk UFL
live,
all day, man.
before yeah, I know, right? But before we went live, you know, I said a very factual statement. I said Roughnecks are better than the Gamblers. You said no. What's up with
I said no in a smiley face because I had to keep a
that?
professional facade. I was raging on the inside. Gibson with
I'm
a bomb here. But I mean, they're literally the same team. Like they took the Roughnecks, they got rid of everything that makes the Roughnecks outside of the name, and then they took the Gamblers team and just called them the Roughnecks. That's literally what it is. And to call them the fourth official USFL team is kind of like or coming in from the USFL division, having them play in the USFL division, whatever you want to call it.
right.
It's kind of just like just almost morbid in how they're like dissecting the team and just using the pieces they want, I guess.
I mean, division names are not even a real thing. Let's be real, right? Like you,
Eh,
you got the whole in baseball we have like the AL Central, and it's like both teams in Texas are in the Central, even though they're like 1,000 miles apart. Like, come on.
that is Texas too for you, like
Yeah, exactly.
very large state.
Very large state, man. I don't know, man. The Roughnicks were hard brand. Oh, what is
What?
going on? That
Okay.
was a lucha libre body meld. I don't know what just happened.
Man, oh man, some Kansas City players right there with the assistance into the end zone. They're generally supposed to do that the other way. We'll have to let them know on their next defensive attempt.
Well, that's the name of the
Onside kick.
game. Well, that's fair. Why not do that? But we're saying that the field goal has been the difference, so why not look at it back?
Nice recovery. Nice recovery. That was user controlled. You saw him kind of pull away from the line and then come back to it with a little bit of head of steam to pick this one up, scoop it, toss to the outside down the 44. Luke plays lacrosse, going to be in fantastic scoring position.
And all it takes pretty much will be one field goal after run the clock to do it. But if we say in Madden, no guts, no glory, got to go for the TD.
Uh, Trio of timeouts will be here for the Jets. This one probably taken down to the 2 minute warning, and it will.
Ah man, ring the bell. Say by the bell, I guess.
And play clock getting kind of down there, but Isaiah Pacheco just makes sense rushing this one. Carter the second going to be able to get the back against actually, and bring this one down. Make it not a first down situation. First down would be disastrous here for Tay.
Yeah, I just got the back of an elbow and just got flattened there. That's not going to be on this highlight reel for sure.
We back. Nice catch. Valid scaling hits the ground. Got to call this timeout here. That's too much time that she can burn off. There you go.
Uh, Clutch timeout. I would do it too personally, but I don't know if they're going to be like, hey, roll the dice.
This is Madden. This is
Let the cock,
Madden.
let the cock roll.
The way back. Surveying the field, a lot of options. Goes for the bomb, hit out here. That's a turnover on downs. This game just got a lot more interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand the long pass. I am not a fan of the dropping back 20 full yards to do it.
Yeah. Yep. Rolling back in the pocket, trying to utilize as best you can. Quick shot out to Lazard. And Lazard gets away from the defender once, away from the defender twice. Third one brings him down as Cook assists for the tackle from the back. We're at least in field goal territory now. This would be like almost a 50-yarder, but this is NFL.
Yeah. I don't like this at all. If you are a Luke plays, you have the field goal in hand, you have the ball, you can then not a whole lot of things, but you're very close of having this thing slip away if you're not careful.
Couple defensive stops away from a field goal attempt and OT in our first matchup here between Luke plays across out of Clark University, Juice Tay out of Charlotte, Brees Hall to the outside for a little bit of a gain and a clock stoppage.
14 seconds, maybe two plays, definitely at least one. Let's see what happens here.
In back of the pocket, surveying. Rogers in the field apart. That's going to be enough for Uzoma and gets up there really close. He's actually got to go down like now. There you go. Timeout. So a great kind of reserved look at the timeout usage right there. Juice Tay, that could have been their last, but now they have enough for two plays here to try and get touchdown, not have to go for just a tying factor.
Got some defensive substitutions here. See if it pays off. Look out.
The end
Oh my
around,
goodness.
Wilson gets nowhere. There's the timeout. This should be the field goal here, unless Jute wants to go all or nothing.
Interesting. Timeout, Kansas City. I needed more time to get their defensive alignment. Thought they were going to go for it, looks like. Decided to go for the field goal.
It's going to be perfect. We are heading to overtime here in our first matchup in this best of three between Juice Tay and a Charlotte. Luke plays lacrosse out of Atlanta. Love this. Absolutely love it.
Well, that's the right play. I was kind of surprised to see it, though. Is that weird?
It is Madden. It is Madden. Feel like we could repeat that one 1,000 times. Butker boots this one. He just inside. Gibson calls for the fair catch. They're not going to take this one. 5 minutes and 15 seconds on the overtime clock. Am I reading this correctly?
Looks that way, yeah. Looks like that and Gibson's hype at the same time. Overtime happens, and of course, it's definitely that modified sudden death, right? Drive a piece. See what works out here.
Extra 15 seconds added. I suppose. I guess this is intentional. Lazard, once again, the cut around, and Edwards, the defender that gets juked out the shoes once again, man. See if that 15 seconds really matters here. They're lining up. Nobody in deep coverage here. Just another short pass. This is a good read from the defense to break this one up, not dedicate anybody deep when you know this ball ain't coming.
Yeah, I do think it's the idea of the drive. That one was going to be either a run or a short pass. It was a good call with the defense to choke up.
See if the defense's stance continues here for side of Luke plays, gets it out. This should get broken up, and it does. That was almost interception territory as Rodgers with 4 touchdowns and INT, 25 or so attempts.
Surprised it got even near there. The arc was so high.
Another bomb all the way out there, 4th and 13. There's been nothing doing for Aaron Rodgers in overtime.
Well, we heard that plenty of times as well. Going for it again, maybe trying to see if he can get a touchdown there to really put some daylight there. But I'm not really sure it's the right choice. Not sure at all.
There's only one decision to be made here as Rodgers steps back again, surveys the field, the cut back. Garrett Wilson holds on to this one. That's a first down. That is what the doctor ordered right here for a healthy New York Jets team to stay that way.
Got to call Wilson the bank. Bailed out the team on that one. I thought it was
Yep.
gonna be a turnover and downs, easy peasy.
So 2 players right there. Garrett Wilson just showing just how good he can be. 78, providing a little bit of envoy coverage here all the way up. Brees Hall with 9 of them. This is not a time to be giving up almost double-digit yard rushes, Novanta.
Yeah, it's talking about bad timing. That looks quite like that. I mean, yeah, he ended up upside down, but not after getting 8 yards or even nine. It was all said and done.
User control to the outside. Brees Hall stuffed down at the line. No gain, no loss here outside of the play, the single down for Juice Tay. 3rd and 1, all the way back in the gun yet again, man. We're talking about 8 yards between these two, and you just need one.
Just need one, and that seems to be a lot harder sometimes. That one being it's so easy. Let's try something, and then ends up coming against a brick wall. Uh,
Rogers on the 40-yard line right now and throws it away. Like, I think this is just complicating things a little bit too much. Like, I'm not saying you have to, go with the short run right at the middle, Brees Hall every single time or anything else like this, but the utilization of the deep pocket, right? This shotgun formation is just like it's just simply overdone.
yeah,
Sorry, brought a little bit in closer though.
can't count them out, but it doesn't look good for them. So
Wow.
there you go.
Okay, Brees Hall completely stiffs a couple of defensive players. User interaction actually brought is the teammate a little bit closer as well. Zone or man, nothing works right there when you're pulling defenders off of players.
If your Luke plays at LAX, I wonder everything in this game is slipping through your fingers because if this feels like as soon as you got them pinned to the wall, they find a way to escape. Overthrown.
Thrown this one away. You had a fresh set of downs. Why not try it again? Juice Tay also trying to score here with no time on the other side. So Luke plays will just be playing with an empty clock, right? They get a set of downs no matter what. If this ends more, no one wants that if you're, well, no one it wants that if you're Juice Tay, of course.
Right.
Holding controlled up the middle. Rogers in a much shorter gun here. Love Red closes in. Brees Hall. That's gonna be a
Oh.
late breakup. Still 3rd and goal. Incomplete pass. Clock stopped.
Well, they always say if the ball gets to your glove, it's your responsibility to catch it. And it looked like it was going to be caught too, but it was knocked out the last possible second.
62 total points in this one. We'll be seeing at least 65, barring, of course, I suppose, a safety. I shouldn't count it out as a possibility, especially
Boop.
especially when you go on the gun, and you roll back, 20 extra yards, right?
Right. What a weird way to end a game. And we saw it too. Like, and the
Yeah.
safety calls it. See you next week, guys. Dun, dun, dun.
Seinfeld, if you're the losing team there, right? Elation and celebration if you're the winning team, though.
I was
Find
having
out.
this discussion the other day, by the way, about like favorite theme songs for NFL. Are you a CBS guy, Fox, or
Ooh.
ESPN?
Uh, and I will always love the Fox Sports stuff. I also their college game day stuff will always, that those are core memories, long time ago.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm with you 100%.
Pick right up the middle. This is going to be advantage here for Juice Tay. Of course, we'll have a whole set of downs, whole attempt here, and honestly, keeping Luke plays out of field goal range is much easier said than done. Keeping them out of touchdown now, we've already seen that.
Yeah, stranger things have happened. It's a run out. Let's do this. Oh, out of
Okay. Okay.
bounds.
I think he was trying to get more vertical with that one and keep toes inside, not didn't intentionally run out, but maybe another yard or two after that one. But regardless, 2 yard advantage will be theirs after no fair catch, no start in this one from the 25. Trips
Man,
left.
could have been.
What could have been lofting this one way up, and Valdez Scantling, yeah, very, very hard to have gotten under that one.
It was out of reach, but it looked like the coverage was taking a sweet time. Like it was almost relying and guaranteeing was going to be dropped. Had it been caught, that would have been a game breaking play.
No plays have garnered more than like 15 or 20 yards there for the offense of Juice Tay on their attempt. Obviously, an attempt that ended in three, not seven. Big bomb outside. Rasheed Rice tries to bring this one in. That says good accuracy and a bullet pass. Bullet pass, I'd agree with, but maybe not the other one.
Yeah, exactly. Good accuracy, but it helps you zero.
Yeah, like you threw it accurately, exactly the outside where it couldn't possibly be caught.
That's a
Just
moral
not with toes
victory.
inside.
Yep.
Without his Scantling brought inside for the slant route. I would have gotten with that one 3 seconds ago. There you go. Without his Scantling now up the middle, number 11. That's a big, big play. Blown defensive coverage. This is exactly what we're talking about, varying your plays, though, because Luke plays, sends a couple bombs downfield and has established the threat. Juice Tay then dedicates a lot of coverage zone wise down to the into this field. Two whole players, I mean, like dedicated there. Now you send a couple more players there, and now the threat is actually real. And you just take your player with a moderate pass that turns it into a big one.
I mean, that is definitely a technical term, but I'm with you 100%.
A big
Biggins
one.
are
Yep,
great.
that's a good point. Big $5 words, dude. You have to look up some half my vocabulary in the dictionary. Out his
Was
Scantling staying perfect though.
that a sidearm pass? What was that about? I mean, it
Hey,
worked
Patrick
out,
Mahomes,
but
dude.
I mean, yeah, fact. That DLC is crazy.
And coverage at least getting forecasted as of right now. Checo out to the right side. Nicely done. So they pulled this, and Luke plays takes down game number one after finally getting Isaiah Pacheco involved. This last play here was so great because you can see immediately puts the men in motion, indicates that man coverage, pulls everything over to the left side. Isaiah Pacheco has a barn doored wide open to the right. That's going to be what I guess a 3 point advantage here because they don't kick the extra point when it's not necessary, when it's a walk off.
Interesting play there for a lot of it. Almost like an inverse bell curve. Chiefs and Chiefs were kind of like the team to beat in the top and the bottom, but in the middle, it was all Juice Tay filling that run, first defeat in about 3 games. Of course, you always ask what they have to do to get themselves back on the winning ways, but I don't think they have to do a lot. It really came down to one play, one drive after an overtime. I think going back to a work for them or might put themselves in advantage for a game 3 situation.
Yeah, so yeah, backing your point up 1,000%. Both Juice Tay and Luke Plays did not make very many mistakes in this. We always talk about like the things to be cleaned up on the edge, outside of spreading the ball around maybe a little bit more for Juice Tay. I mean, and what I mean is getting their main guy involved a little bit more, Garrett Wilson. Like he had a couple really clutch plays, but the simple fact that you can't really call your wide receiver number one, your numero uno, as a bailout player in the same way that Travis Kelce has been referred to on this broadcast with the Kansas City Chiefs. Got to get Garrett Wilson involved a little bit more, but not everything has to be a big bomb play. This is Juice that's shown us that they've been very methodical in the past. Just do that one again, because this is a very, very even-handed matchup right here.
Definitely a case to run it back, but if you are a Luke Plays LAX, there really was some times where going a little bit aggressive with the defense cost them some yards. I mean, that's me splitting hairs. That is not a hard note, but it's definitely something to think about as you roll in the game too.
Like Navanta and I are trying to like pull differences from two teams that don't really have a whole lot between the two of them. Yes, like Kansas City Jets are obviously two very like different teams within like the real life aspects of it and whatnot. But the way these two are playing and the amount of mistakes that they're making just really are not plentiful by any means. The biggest one, I guess you could kind of say, is just with the individual play in the very last for this to go tied situation all the way down. But Luke plays to finally get the running game involved a little bit more. Maybe pitching to Pacheco. I don't think Pacheco took but like 2 receptions in this one as well. Travis Kelsey was involved in an appropriate amount, an amount that I felt very comfortable with. Started off with a threat. It was a 21-yard a shot right to the outside for Travis Kelsey to stop the clock there in the first half. Getting that involved and showing, hey, this man's live. He's always going to continuously be the threat. All 6 foot and 7 inches of him, right? But and then once that threat is established, now you have to span the field as a defense a whole lot more and dedicate the limited resources that you have to try and covering a guy that sometimes needs two or even three.
Yeah, I mean, look, you put the nail on the head, and you're right. We really didn't see as many tosses over to Pacheco, and that's always a good thing to put down in your arsenal. But then again, maybe it's us because we've seen 8 different flavors of the Kansas City Chiefs. So hopefully a little bit
Yes.
of that might
Yes.
be instilled in game two. Again, variety is always the spice of life, but I'm expecting another game of high scoring affair.
I wouldn't be against a build switch here for Juice Day. Juice Day has already shown us that they can do that. Uh, Simple fact is, Juice, like big shout out to Juice Day. Like they played in literally all of these qualifiers. Finally got it in. That was with UYMP, I believe. Numbers one, number two from each of our qualifiers. For anybody just joining us, if you're wondering exactly what is going on, we are here with the Rally Cry Collegiate Series. So we have top 8 right now, double elimination bracket that we're working our way through as of right now. Winning 4 players going to be getting some money. The top 2 players going to be getting a chance to play under the lights and sounds of the NFL Draft, Detroit, Michigan, April 25th through 27th. And that'll be a match for $2,500 for first, $1,500 for second. Don't worry, third and fourth, still be getting them sell some $500 a piece just for playing a little bit Madden. Will not be going to compete within at the NFL Draft at the end of April.
And let's be real, we can't understand it enough. The NFL draft is not just you being in a room somewhere off on the moon. I mean, you're going to be so close to luminaries and dignitaries and staff members and front office members of these teams. And imagine being in the room of the next class of college athletes who get drafted that weekend. I mean, that's an incredible experience for everyone involved.
Really, really is. Really, really is. Take to the field now and see what teams have decided within their NFL squads. Obviously, playbooks, excuse me, can be decided. Juste says that FBI Tugboat has no idea what he's talking about. I'd agree. Man
Dang.
stays on the Jets.
I mean, props to Luke Plays for saying you don't know what you're talking. No, I'm terrible. That's terrible. All right, he's
Hey,
going for it.
Gibson, love it. Out to the 18 or so, but an attempt is an attempt nonetheless.
Yeah, again, I got to give any team a attempt for running it. If you can do 4th and 9 pass plays, you can take the ball in after catching it.
That you can. That you can. Game one went to OT. We'll see the offense kind of get established here and who is really like both momentum is so mental based, right? Like, and whoever feels like they have it in this game, number one, like obviously Juice going to be starting it out. So logic follows that, like, that momentum, that ability to show off first is here for Juice.
Yeah, here's the thing about momentum. I think it's a lot of things we talk about in a lot of games of what that means. And yeah, it does mean confidence. And yeah, it does mean being good. But when you have things in the bank, if you have that idea, mentality of what I can do if I could not fail, you do try new and innovative things. You say, why not? Right? If you play the game horse in basketball, the over the shoulder, nothing but net only happens if you have confidence in self. And that's what momentum really is. It's confidence in self.
With Juice 17-yard rush and run, ripping right up the middle of the Brees Hall. It's a fantastic way to start this one out. Very close defensive coverage. Everybody dropping back on this one. Brees Hall going to catch the rock and get up for about 9.
Hey, nice, good. I mean, why not? There's a lot of things that I didn't expect to happen there, but what you did is you broke coverage. You got yourself an extra yard or two.
Oh boy. Okay. Gibson takes a big one right down the middle. Gets a little bit of assistance from the teammate. That's going to be a bomb for about 25. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. Juice Tay flirting with the red zone now.
I think this drive is definitely hey, look at me, tugboat. You told me to switch to the Bills, but
That makes sense. Ooh, Luke plays lacrosse. Boy Doe going to be drilling Rogers down for a 14-yard loss. Red zone. Yeah, we just offered the number and they said no go.
Mm-hmm. 2 and 24. It's like, well, there's been worse here we've seen, but that's not good for Aaron Rodgers and company.
No, it is not. Juice's shown that they're completely happy with taking, no, maybe not completely happy, but content with taking 3 points. A rush up here to the 31 purchases a situation where now the field goal is back into the conversation, but not going to be, suffice, of course, for a field goal till it's actually forced out. But back into the shotgun again, about 4 yards out, no long gun here. Loading up this right side yet again as everybody just crisscrosses the field. That looked like it was going to be dangerous. It looked like the Zardy wasn't going to be able to get behind this one enough, and defender does not make a play on it.
Wow, I was going to say 4th and 6 is worth a field goal, but okay, we're doing for it. We're in the first. Bold.
I think Juice Tay is thinking, hey, it's do or die back against the wall. What do you do?
In the
I do
first?
like this.
Really?
I mean, hey, you just lost the first game. You're down 0-1 in the series.
Oh, come on. Yeah, there's hustle, and then there's just being reckless. I would not have gone for it here personally, but that's just me.
Says the man who screams in the Discord call. Every time somebody takes the kickoff return fair catch call.
I do scream and text too, so I transcribe. I transcribe at the same time.
Talk to
Enter.
text. There you go. 4th and 6, though, coming up. So was a timeout taken for Luke Plays to kind of figure out the defensive looks. That's going to be broken up. User swat. Brees Hall in the end zone. Doesn't even get much more than a front row seat to that play getting broken up. Turnover on downs.
Yeah, the second best result for Luke plays LAX. Hand was up, made you thought it was going to be brought down, but you know what? Stopping your opponent from scoring could be worth his weight in gold, especially in this juncture.
Yeah, just interrupting that momentum because all of these first drives, it seems, ended in seven, especially in situations where teams are still figuring each other out. Well, Luke plays Juice Tay. It's a storied back and forth so far, and especially with an extra period at the end of the first game there for players to get acquainted with each other even more.
Can't underscore enough. What a catch there. Can't underscore enough that
Oh.
nobody likes overtime period. So, oh, wow, that was a late hit if I ever saw one. Yo, ref.
No,
Hello?
no penalties called in this. No penalties called. Truly the National Football League here.
Mhm.
Spread out three receivers. Far one on the line, so that tells you he's going to be closer, and he is. Bailout throw right there if he wants it, but gets to the outside on a 5 yard dash up to the right hash mark.
Respectable run. I mean, you didn't want to throw it and risk throwing it away. So, hey, you get yourself another opportunity. Half the work has already been done.
Also, like, just keep it on the ground, right? Like the momentum of this game has definitively shifted whenever there's been these picks and whatnot. So, keeping this here and going with shorter passes is not something I'm going to be against in the first half of this game, especially if you're playing from a head or neutral situation like they have. And there's no more neutral situation than nobody scoring whatsoever. First quarter now, Dunzo. Luke plays LAX will be on the 47 with plenty of opportunities to get literally inches for the first down.
First quarter gone, no score, and we saw a little bit of the pressure in the pocket for both. I don't know if you call it pocket, but for both QBs, and really the ones that can master the blitz will have a lot more luck. But how about that for luck? Pacheco with the first down.
Pacheco with less than half a yard, but that's going to be enough for the first down right there. One rush for for on the stat board 0, but enough for the firstie. It's right on the play here again. Steps back, maintains pocket, got some solid coverage. Now a shot outside. Miko Hardman Jr. actually
Oh,
gets gifted this one. A little bit of interaction at the end, but that's going to be enough for 7. Juice Tay, gotta say, maybe affecting the mental a little bit, like getting shut out and the turnover and downs forced on their first drive. But that was, I mean, Isaiah Pacheco that was open across the middle, is Miko Harbin was open across the middle, is about his Scantling that was open, kind of like on the left side slant, like wide open though. Defensive calls here from Juice Tay, not reigning supreme like they have in the previous couple games.
yeah. I mean, to their credit though, they were in position to stop that run. Just that six ankles got broken on that play. It's kind of hard to take that and say forget about it. And even though it's only one touchdown, those are the ones that people clip out and tag you in it on social. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair. It's fair. Rogers destroyed in the back. Willie Gay comes up for their first sack, first tackle of the day. 10-yard loss on the play here for Juice Tay. An offense that found nothing except a turnover on downs, turned into a defense that gave up 7 quickly, turned into an offense. The offensive line did not protect appropriately. Aaron Rodgers gets drilled. That's going to be Gibson, though, enough inside. You saw the user strip attempt there once the catch was made. Love this defense from Luke plays.
Yeah, that was very smart. I mean, it didn't work out for them, but they were pretty much in the right position. They had time to react. Just to get the timing down right, that tells you you're locked in sync with your opponent. It's only a matter of time.
Does get this one out, and that's just going to be a pitch away. Xavier is going to have like just so many yards. What I think it was 260. I think that's what that said earlier.
Yikes. I was thinking about this. Would you invest in an NFL team if you had the chance?
Yeah, absolutely. Are you serious?
I'm asking. Some people
Oh,
say no, that's a lot of work.
100%, dude.
Oh,
1,000%, especially with the amount the like some of the teams, LA Rams, the Boston, the New England Patriots, definitely, obviously, complexly down with the Cowboys. The amount that they're working with esports,
mm-hmm.
100%, 100%.
Oh,
And I'm
well,
I'm so glad they are. Obviously, all the Madden teams being supported by their respective NFL teams as well. Like, I love where the NFL is going with regards to esports. Uh, and I mean, huge entertainment league, right?
yeah, yeah, I'm with it.
Money maker, money maker. Now, the team that I would invest in, that's the next question. Do you want to go with, I mean, do you want to go with the Cowboys that started like established brand and like it's almost like investing in McDonald's or Coca-Cola, right? Or do you want to
Right.
try and find one of these teams on their way up, like say your Detroit Lions or something like this?
I mean, that's way more the common story, right? You get a team that's in receivership or like has a fan base but hasn't done
Hmm.
anything. And you try to turn things around. Like to buy a team, well, the Cowboys are on top, but to buy like a team that historically is on top and be like, I'm gonna put you guys back is way too much pressure.
Steelers, right?
Yeah, way too much pressure.
Steelers, yeah. Like I mean, they have like 6 of them. The last one's came in the 80s, I believe.
Yeah, the
Obviously had some playoff success since then, but nothing going to the big dance and taking it down.
yeah, a bridesmaid team like the Steelers, so good every season, and then just nah.
Just
Next year,
no.
guys, we'll do it. No,
They pick a
if I could invest in a team, it would probably be like the Chargers, only because like
ooh.
what a touchdown pass that I get to this after the break. Look at that, this bomb over there. You need to small, sure, secure passes, and that's number one in every single tie game. And the reason why is that you have a team that's in a market and you're number two, so you're like splitting for a fan base. So you
Yep,
have a lot of more
yep.
fun to like figure out what your identity is.
And that means you have so much more wiggle room as well, right? Like it's already
Hmm.
established for one, and you already have things that you know you don't want to do. So that wide range of pool, like of a characterization of a franchise sports team, is just so much smaller. And so I feel like that's so much easier. There's no analysis paralysis, across with a billion different options. I want to talk about Xavier Gibson, though. Talked about Juice Tay needing to get Garrett Wilson involved. Hey, well, why not make a different player sing the same beautiful song? That is Xavier Gibson. I believe that's 3 receptions on 83 yards and a touch.
I will say you don't really talk about the Jets too much without talking about what a catch about Gibson and well as we say that the Chiefs move up a couple yards there.
Yeah, dude, Gibson go to Juice is doing great slinging this rock with Aaron Rodgers and stuff, but you just can't give up these plays on the defensive. That's another big bomb. Every single time Luke plays has been like on their side of the field, it's been a big bomb like that to get up and just completely. Not, I mean, not just purchase the first set of downs, but now put them in a situation where a couple 5-yard rushes, a couple 12-yard passes, and now they're flirting with the red zone yet again. I mean, asking for the Instagram this time.
Can I tag you? Can I tag you? Can I tag you?
Hey, it was clever and it was like not subtle. There you go, not submersive. It was subtle maybe a couple years ago, but the play is over with, right? It's the Hail Mary now of flirtation. Speaking of Travis Kelsey, easy peasy, barely even gets touched on his way inside. 41 seconds or so will be the reward for Juice Tay on the back half of this first half.
Travis
Back
Kelsey
half,
filmed
first half,
themselves
yeah,
a little bit. Yeah, yeah, it counts. Back count the
yeah.
first half. Yeah, second quarters.
At what
Uh,
point can we start saying it's a long day and blame like weird phrasing on that?
I do at the second minute. It's
Gotcha.
like
Gotcha.
9 a.m. Long day, guys.
This a
You
guys,
know,
it's
woo,
a
woo.
long day. You need another
So,
cup of coffee after that one, folks. Like, yeah.
exactly. Give it the caffeine.
I like it. I like it. You gotta love a co-caster. It'll give you, leeway on the excuses. Always, always, always.
Never my fault. Never my fault.
Production staff like the rally cry, I can't go blaming them for stuff. That usually is my default, right? Because they can't defend themselves publicly. It's just us that you guys hear. But wow, Lazard. Okay. Talk about making a lot with just a little bit. Came back into this one with like 42 seconds and burns another 7 right there. Beaten feet down, running parallel to the end zone. This is smart stuff, Novanta.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is clock management, but it's kind of fun to watch that running animation. Just take the sweet
Yeah.
time to cross that line.
It's
And
like
yeah. Well, actually, I can't hear you now because production's cut your microphone because you made fun of them. No, I'm totally good.
that makes sense. Making themselves known, letting them know, like, hey, we're pulling the strings here in the back. Don't you ever forget. This is
Look at
looking
this.
really good. Moore just breaks through the pocket. There you go. That's why you take it off on the kickoff. 10-5 on the 3. If this is okay, so this is so smart on both sides, right? Juiced Hay, like imagine this is like 32 seconds, not 48. And then he runs that one down and gives the ball back with only like 6 seconds. Now with them running this one down and pushing that at the 3, that'd been it. We'd be going the second half. There'd be nothing on the other side. Pitching back the other side of his chest. My goodness, we have got to watch that one again.
I would kiss every digital person on the field right now. 'Cause that's exactly what I wanted for weeks. You see that run back? That's what I'm talking about. Talk about.
I got so excited I just sneezed. Oh, got the mic meter for that one, folks. Abaconda, Abanaconda, excuse me. Going to be taking this one. Fair catch called. Did not evaluate down that farther into the field, so did not want to kind of give up a bad look here. Juice Tay just had a fantastic offensive play earlier. This gets erased within the history books after Luke plays gets the kick 6.
Well, I'm mad about that. It's a dementia of the game we haven't seen before. And what a catch! What? There's still time for one more score?
Flag here. 2nd and 15. Brutal.
It's what?
Absolutely brutal. Terrible. Terrible. Didn't even see what the flag was for technically. It might have been late or a holding on the offensive line. I have no idea, honestly.
Man, the refs were quiet all game, and then there you go. It'd be like that.
Deciding play right there. Yeah, Brees Hall going to be taking this one. Got to get down if you want a second play. Not going to happen. Wow. So fighting for an extra yard gets out to the 50, but you would have wanted like a Hail Mary opportunity after that one, right?
Yeah, I would say so for sure, but I didn't quite see what the penalty was. But yeah, that would be an idea. I think everything was all pointing to a one more line touchdown cross for the end of the half.
The team's scoring in both of the first 2 quarters here, but Luke plays off the special teams. Something tells me this might be a deciding factor at least. And starting the second half off with the onside field or onside kick attempt, it's going to hit the feet of Tranquil. Dale just gets
Ooh.
absolutely slammed after that. Does manage to keep it in his right hand, even though he flops backwards. Solid attempt and almost lands.
Man's flailing about like a Tom and Jerry cartoon, but holds on to the ball. That's the man that matters.
This is just so early to have utilized this one, though. Uh, if you're tied even, I see this, but giving up this amazing field position to a team like the Kansas City Chiefs with a man named Patrick Mahomes slinging this rock, this is tough breaks.
I mean, you're absolutely right, but there may be a case of playing chicken, right? Trying to see if your opponent's going to do something bold, and if they fumble it, then that could be the mental shift you need, or not.
Speaking of Rasheed Rice, blown coverage yet again. Rasheed Rice has all the right in the world to dance after that one. Blown coverage wide, wide open. A couple players are close enough to exchange some harsh words, but that's it.
That's unfortunate. Luke plays, has the game in hand, and now it comes down to you stay. Is he going to wave off the rest and say, I know Mas, or is there something up their sleeve to force themselves into this contest as the time ticks away?
Gibson, Xavier Gibson, the offensive powerhouse of this squad so far, rockets it up to about the 23. So attempt is an attempt, and a loss of 2 yards is nothing really, especially the way the Juice Day has been slinging this rock for 60 yards sometimes.
Hmm. Well, if had it's been the first or second, I'll say keep on. But the trip to oh my goodness me, that was painful to watch in two different ways.
Yeah.
what what just happened?
Would not want to be Aaron Rodgers at pushing 40. Would not be want to be that defender for where that helmet was going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rodgers gets the wheels involved again. 3 rushes, 24 yards, average of 8 per. Looking like an Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers past.
Oh yeah, I used to play for those guys back in the day.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Jets legend
That
Andrew Aaron Rodgers was
yeah,
the Packer.
starting
Well,
off his career a little late.
well, here's the thing, man. Look, I would say this on the behaviors of the people in the tournament, this is worth a concession. But if you say concedes, he goes down to a lower bracket. So I understand trying to fight for your life to see you can push a game three out of
Oh
absolutely
yeah,
nowhere. It seems.
I think we can now say that the forfeit by Neighbor at the second game when they had the 1 game advantage after the second against this player against Juice Tay, handed mistake, clear cut mistake right now. Neighbor is going to be playing against Lock Mo Jr. down there as well. Go ahead and get this a little refresh action. Get you guys any updates on that other side of the bracket while Aaron Rodgers sits back into the pocket. Okay, so Juice Hay Neighbor went down to a 2-1 game. Was that a pick? It
Yes, it
is.
is.
Johnson nabs this one with the perfect timing. Big man like just slamming this guy outside number 60. But yeah, so Jordu and Noah also went to a 2-1 barn burner. Jordu playing against UMYP down bottom. That's a matchup we've seen before. Lockmo and Neighbor are going to be doing battle down there as well.
Oh man, the heavy hitters are going at it right now. But speaking about heavy hitters, Luke play LAX can really has no impetus to score right now. Can really run the clock as much as they want to, but we got to go for a full maximum effort here. Momentum clearly on the side of the Kansas City Chiefs. Now it's time to stunt.
Gotta agree. Gotta agree. That this is you run every single second at a play clock. Pacheco is the name of the game, and I have to assume that this was given up so that you get offensive scoring opportunity and then get onside kick opportunity after your scores.
I think so too, but again, it's now the time, right? Now you're down by so many, 35 to 14. As of right now, the strategy you would employ has to be a little bit of luck and grace included.
Luck, grace, maybe a little bit in between here. Butker boots this one all the way down to the line. Gibson fair catch. Xavier's not going to run this one out. Getting 80 plus yards or something like that on here on the day is Juice Tay fighting this one down as best they can, my friends.
Well, I'm not sure if the what's on Tuesday's docket. If they were to go down, would they play that game today? Can you confirm that? Because if so, I would actually motion for the time, the break, the mental break to refresh. But hey, maybe there is. Oh no, 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 no! What a sidestep out there out of bounds. Cause they got more. I was gonna say, or there is a situation where to keep yourself warm for that eventual uh opponent, then maybe that's why they're still playing the game right now.
But so taking a look at bracket, we're in the quarterfinals, yeah, or the semis, excuse me, of the winners side doing these. Then we'll be doing the second round of lower bracket. So we do need results from Lockmo Jr. and Neighbor. Winner of that will be playing the winner of UMYP and Jordu 2X. We'll be covering one of those matches right there. Obviously, with losers here dropping down to play against winners of that lower bracket. Loser of UMYP Jordu and loser of Lockmo Jr. and Neighbor will be done. They'll be the first to exit from this competition, unfortunately. And having such a great time commentating all of these players. What I guess UMYP and Jordy specifically, Neighbor plenty as well. Juice Tay as of right now. Noah on the top side of the bracket, we've seen them plenty as well as Brees Hall takes a pitch to the right side. Now that's 2 jukes and extra yardage here for Juice Tay and the New York Jets.
Yeah, it could be one juke too many. I was like, oh man, please don't fumble the ball there. That's the last thing you want to be down by so many and just have that ball pop out. But definitely some good juke action. It was also done.
Uzuma, big man, grabbing this one, number 87, bringing this up to a first down plus some. You really can't use any extra time on this. You need every single second. You need 7 right here. You need an onside kick recovery after that, and that's just for a 1 score difference. Rogers doesn't find it. Clock is running here, people.
just flailing about for Aaron Rodgers. It's interesting how he's not getting the benefit of the pop out football. He's definitely losing the yards now and downs as well.
Gotta agree with you. This is something that what Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes doing, as if by second nature, as soon as a player got in. Not the same situation here for Aaron Rodgers. Lazard tries with a gallop right here, a little jump play right on over. Not gonna happen.
What a collision! I could snap an IT band. Did you see that? Like, just going jump sideways, just get stopped.
So here's another question for you. If say you go back much farther, do you just try and yeah, man, that's going to be almost that situation. Now, this is such decision time. This is just a quick hook play to the inside to try and make this 9 yards, right? Like you don't really have to get fancy with this. And Brees Hall running has just not been working.
No, I would do the hook play only because the defense is so good. See how their position is not much of a free pass. You would have to shoot over, and it didn't happen. Yeah, that would be the play, but it was in traffic, and we now ourselves a concession. Didn't work out for them. We have a 2 game straight win for Luke plays LAX.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's just not enough time to come back over 3 scores on top. Take this one down to the bottom. There's still a little bit low bracket to be played on the day here. Novanta obviously will be finishing out everything going up into the grand finals today and tomorrow. But we are officially 2/3 the way through this broadcast. Winner of the second round of the losers bracket coming in here from us in just a little bit. We talked about like minor mistakes and stuff like this, and Juice wasn't really making many offensive mistakes. It was just pretty much on the defense. There's just so many blown coverages and moderate to maximum level plays getting tossed out by Patrick Mahomes and Luke plays. It just became insurmountable after a couple of them, really.
Yeah, it was one of the situations where, yeah, there was an interception there, and that was kind of a blemish, but a lot of the stuff comes down to just having hands on balls that couldn't bring it down. So the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, they still have a job next week or next round. But the players themselves have to get back into the gym because that was just unfortunate to watch.
Gotta agree with you. Gotta agree with you. 35-14 win here in game number 2. Much, much farther away than a 37-34 OT win for Luke plays LAX. And in the first game of this best of 3, we're gonna go to a very short break. We'll be figuring out these games and which players we'll be seeing next in the second round of our lower bracket here in just a little bit. Welcome back. We don't want to leave y'all on too long of a break. We are staring down the barrel of Jordu 2X taking on UMYP. We have Jordu up in the series 1-0 as well as only a couple minutes remaining in the third. FBI Tugboat here with Novanta. Novanta, you with me?
I'm lovely with you, having a time of my life. Third series of the day, Jordy UX, the Buffalo Bills. Seen those. UMYP. We have Kansas City Chiefs. We've seen those. And right in progress, running to the touch. Oh my goodness me! It is the Buffalo Bills on the Commander's C touchdown.
Seems we tuned in just in time here, Novanta.
Oh man, already. This right here is almost a shellacking. You said Jordy already had the game in hands, and well, this one almost seems in hand as well.
Yeah, only a couple of minutes left. This is where other members, when they score, are now going to be utilizing that onside kick kind of potential. UMYP on the return now. Somebody calling for a fair catch on the 14. Blasphemy. Novantas of the world in shambles.
I can't believe fair catch is still a thing. Back in my day, I'm kidding. I never had a day when fair catch didn't exist.
Almost gets there. Pacheco, though, the bailout, the
Oof,
checkdowns come through. Pacheco's still on his feet.
whew.
Last player there does get drilled down. So, not giving up hope in this one quite yet.
Well, here's a question I was going to ask you before that play happened. Are you a PlayStation controller person, or are you Microsoft, or what's up?
I'm definitely Xbox, my friend. Always have been, always will be.
Oh wow,
That's gonna be
wow.
wow. Okay, okay.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter if you're throwing up picks. What?
Yeah, yeah. That is so much more difficult, man. Jordu coming in with the broadcast boost. We're sorry, UMYP. I mean, Jordan, we followed on along like a whole lot throughout his competitions here in the Rally Cry Collegiate series, but Jordu coming through. Another a big touchdown, then a big pick on broadcast as well. James Cook, rush up the middle. This is going to be Jordu just wasting time out, right, Navanta?
Oh, absolutely. And talk about what it means to support your team, much like how members of the National Guard support us home and abroad. Soldiers in the Army National Guard show up for the community, state, and country when needed the most. They are civilians and soldiers. Guard service is part time. Soldiers in the Guard can work full time, go to school, and fulfill their training at a minimum of 1 week in a month with job specific annual training. Learn more at nationalguard.com.
Hey guys, just 1 weekend a month. Almost everybody involved within the National Guard, as we're now going to the fourth quarter. Doesn't do that with a full 9 to 5 type job where you got to check in the office 5 times a day, Monday through Friday. No, vast majority of Army National Guard service is done part time. Obligations consisting of 1 weekend a month, usually. In fact, the vast majority of people within do have part time jobs, sometimes even full time jobs. A lot of them go forth and extend their pursuit within higher education. There's state and federal income or federal tuition assistance, excuse me, available for that as well. You guys are interested? ArmyNationalGuard.com. Allen back in the gun. Jordu, a quick little shot right over here. 11 for 12 for almost 200 yards. All 4 touches from Jordu coming in the form of a Josh Allen pass.
Well, that shot there, I thought wasn't going to be held securely because it was being caught in one direction and being shoved in the other. But it shows you how durable that Bill squad is.
Really does. Really does. And durability is going to be the name of the game for Jordu. Jordu getting dashed down here at a 2-1 score line there in his first best of three. That was, of course, at the hands of Noah up next. Now another bullet pass with perfect accuracy. This is first down plus some. And Georgiou kind of playing with the food a little bit, right? Yeah, you can't call it playing with the food. This is just smart, right? You don't want to score and even give the ball back to Kansas City. Have them score onside kick. You don't even want this potential being possible. You just want to hold on to this, run the clock, take these sands or these grains of sand out the hourglass. You know what I'm saying?
I like clock management as much as the next person, or even less, a little less than Andy Reid, but definitely much as the next person. But let's be real, you can't do that forever. So yeah, I get it, but come on.
I hear you. I hear you. No Mercy, Lambo, and Noah up next. We'll be taking a look at them. Yeah. So we're getting calm from here. Hang on. Yeah, No Mercy, Lambo, and Noah up next. Winner of that will be playing Luke Plays. We're already covering that one. Luke plays LAX. Luke plays Lacrosse, of course, in the winners bracket as of right now, as far as anyone has gotten thus far. We do have another result here for you guys. Lockup Mo Jr. Appreciate you coming. Appreciate you playing. Fantastic competitor. Unfortunately, going to be the first of these 8 competitors going to be eliminated from this competition. UMYP is
Wow.
barring some serious comeback play is going to be the second.
Man, what's worse, losing a tournament or having the caster being like, "You were the first to lose"?
Yeah,
Mwah.
I said they did a good
That was a
job.
quote. That was a quote. That was a quote. That's a
The
quote.
direct quote. Oh, Diggs running parallel with this one, yet again improving this one to a 3-score differential.
Of course, I jest, but to say everyone who's in this tournament doesn't matter if you win or lose. But the fact you're here on the showcase is a win unto itself, and you put yourself in one position to get that grand prize. It just didn't work out for you, like we saw just now.
That's fair. That's fair. UMYP, we followed them all along for a whole lot as well. Juice Tay and UMYP did battle at the end of qualifier number 4 to punch their ticket here into the situation. But for every competition, there must be a winner. There must be a loser. Big shout out UMYP. And I believe that was, excuse me, that was Lockamo Jr. coming in, competing with some of the best here on the day. Nobody got here by mistake, and you did a fantastic job.
Yeah, you know what? Fantastic jobs are great, and the effort's there. And I can tell you, from day one, all you people in this tournament are better than I am at the game. So I gotta give you credit. But of course, winners move on.
Exactly. No Mercy, Lambo, No Mercy, Lamborghini, and Noah up next. What's going to be up next here in just a little bit. We're sorry we didn't get a little bit more from this UMYP Jordu matchup to try and kind of cover and give you guys a better look inside of this matchup. Here, 2-0 was for Jordu right there. We have seen, a couple back and forth series, right? Jordu, Noah up next, a 2-1. Juice Tay taking that one down with Neighbor. We obviously got to watch that one on broadcast, but up next here is No Mercy, Lambo. The winner of this will be fighting against Luke Plays Lacrosse and Avanta. That doesn't seem like a winner at all. Like, whoever has to play this is not ideal situations.
Yeah, that's what the whole final boss mode and vibes are like. But either way, that's why we're gonna have a front row seat to this one because of how critical it is.
It really is. Once again, folks, guys just joining us, winning 2 players going to be punching their ticket to compete for the chance to win $2,500 in first or $1,500 in second, under the lights and the sounds and everything else of the NFL draft, Detroit, Michigan, April 24th to the 27th or 28th. We're going to be going to a very short break, though. We're going to be setting up this next one. Juice Tay and Jordu, We're calling an audible here. We're calling an audible. We see it happening so much on the field.
And
We're going to be
football?
doing it as well, right? Yeah, exactly. FBI Tugboat and Avanta back with you guys just a little bit. We'll have more Madden action coming up shortly.
Action.
Hey, hello and welcome back. Short break it was indeed because we keep our promises here at Rally Cry. This is the Rally Cry Collegiate Series, presented, of course, by the Army National Guard. I'm FBI Tugbutt with here with my man Novanta.
Hey.
Novanto, we are moving on along again, but we're seeing not one but two familiar faces this time.
Yeah, even though tomorrow has a whole slate planned, especially our championship winner, right now we're doing Juste and Jordy in our upcoming matchup.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What Juste punched the ticket more recently. Yeah, more recently here. Jordu punched the ticket a little bit farther ago. Juste punched the ticket with UMYP at the end of open qualifier number 4 here. Taking a look now. Do mine eyes deceive me? We get not one but two non-Kansas City Chiefs teams.
Give me it all. Like I said, we're just so many teams not getting the loves. No one ever picks the Bengals, am I right? But you know what? I'm down for this one. We saw these two teams on the stream, but now we have different pilots behind them. So let's see how it turns out.
Indeed. The air it out. Let's go Jets, led by Aaron Rodgers here. Brees Hall, a catching running back in every way, shape, and form, opposed to another New York team. Buffalo Bills here, led by a mobile and running Josh Allen. Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis will be catching those balls that are aired out by Josh Allen, with, of course, James Cook behind. Although I just kind of feel like, especially here on the day, James Cook has kind of just been relegated more to just like a constant threat kind of role. Hasn't really been utilized as much within the rushing games of whoever's been controlling these Buffalo Bills.
But just as you say that, I'm sure they're going to be instrumental in this matchup here. That's what makes it so great, because there's so many different ways to play with the Bills. I think both teams are ready. I mean, once everything's good to go, can't wait to see how it all shakes out.
And with my sort of luck and ability to caster's curse things, it'll be announced in the next 15 minutes that James Cook has purchased the entirety of the Buffalo Bills franchise to prove just how much of an effect he has on the team as a whole. But guys, this best of 3 now, this will be the last for our broadcast here on the day. Navanta was mentioning that a little bit. We'll be playing all the rest of the bracket tomorrow. After this is winners round 2. Obviously, there's only one winners round after this. Winner of that will be facing against the winner of the lower bracket, and those will be your finalists who will be punching the ticket to go on in their NFL draft, Detroit, Michigan, April 24th through 28th, to play under the bright lights from the next generation of NFL talent. Now, what we do not have is confirmation of, given that this is a double elimination bracket, if there will be advantage going to the top seeded team, right? To the team who wins from the winners bracket, given that they haven't lost a match. That's the question that is on all of our minds right now, right?
Well, they should just get a high five. It's a lot of effort to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like props is what you get.
Get a Novanta high five. I'd pay a lot to fly to Detroit for that one.
Don't lie to them, man. Come on.
Fortunately, it's hop, skip, and a jump from Las Vegas. What, you were here last time? Got a couple high fives going in that Irish pub, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good time hanging out with the FBI Tugboat.
The FBI Tugboat. I'm like Ohio State. The Ohio State University.
Yeah, what's up with that? Yeah,
Buckeyes.
The Buckeyes. Yeah.
It is. I get that's what I could go on and on about. I think people get upset.
What do you mean? You're not a Buckeyes fan?
I am not a Buckeyes fan. Josh Allen, easy screenies over to Stephon Diggs. This gets out. That is a solid strip attempt of Stephon Diggs. Nice chase down, run around, throw him through the ring and down. That's going to be the first, and a solid little screen attempt here. Lined up the exact same way. Both sides of this field is Jordu playing something a little bit differently. Josh Allen going to take the rock and gets hit on top side as he's going for a sliding capabilities. Williams would be hung, drawn, and quartered if this was real life NFL.
Yeah, I was looking to see the right side screen, but Josh tries to scramble right out of the first or right out of the second play of the game and just goes to the slide but hits a wall on the way down. Yikes.
Gets to the outside. Dawson Knox does get there. No, excuse me. That's Gabe Davis. My bad. Thought that was the tight end Dawson Knox. Does get there. Toes inside. First down plus a little bit more for the Bills.
Could have gone either way, but I guess the feet were shorter than we all thought it would be. And this one's inbound.
This is Jordu having this more unique lineup here with one receiver directly ahead of the other one. Obviously, you can't have both of them on the line, but a little bit closer. Now going to be shaking this one up. And Stephon Diggs all the way to the left side, heavily loading and evenly sparsing this left side. Only 2 men up on the line as of right now. We are, of course, looking at Juice Tay's perspective on the defense. It's going to be zone coverage for the most part. That's going to be another first down for Stephon Diggs.
Well, that's not if you've heard this one before. The catch was impressive, yes, but staying inbound was another level entirely. And already we're getting closer to the first score of the game.
Round and round we go. Where we stop, I do not know. What I do know is that James Cook bursts up the middle for 10 plus, and we have a very, very, very early timeout here. Juice Tay is deciding they want a little bit more time to figure this one out.
Yeah, this is kind of one you would say on paper is kind of awkward, but you know the last thing you want to do after playing so many streams or games on stream is to rush into a decision you don't want to. But that's delaying the inevitable. Touchdown.
Man, oh man. A purchaser of Panasonic, perhaps Georgiou is a lover of the screen.
I get that one. All right.
There you go. There you go, right?
Big brain reference. 7-Up. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, that timeout was supposed to give him a time to really think about, maybe have another defensive play. It was really all for naught, but I don't knock the idea of doing that so early.
Yeah, and the simple fact that Georgiou got several screens in a row together, and it was successful every single time. This last one is on the goalpost as well, like literally right there on the goal line, excuse me. Kind of more forecasted there. Tempting Jets player number 25 to come on, bring this one out. They're going to take the attempt, and they're going to get a yard for their reward.
Hey, you know, attempts are okay. Sometimes you got to shoot your shot in life, even though you don't have a chance.
Absolutely, man. Learn that the hard way many times across life. You always gotta go for what it is that you want.
Yeah, one time I had a tugboat as a friend on Discord. Took him like 2 weeks to accept it, but when he did, It was worth it. You know what I'm saying?
It was an up and down, dude. It was an up and down. Finally gave in.
Touch and go. Touch and go situation. Juice Tay have seen deficits before. Let's see if they find a way to recover and hopefully get themselves still into this one because we really want to see. Oh my gosh, what a juke! And that's our first down. I want to see some fight and resolve. We got that in spades with that last play.
Oh, Lazard getting this one going. Love it. Love it. Screen said timeout. It was not a timeout, folks. This is Madden 24 for you. Rodgers rolling back, disregarding the pocket like yesterday's lunch. Gets this one out to Breece Hall all the way up the sidelines, and now some more. Putting that rep in the back pedal position. That's going to be a touchdown. 6 for Juice Tay, 7 coming up.
You know, usually we'll say the defense was on ice skates, but I hope the offense was. I'm not sure what that was, a juke, a run around a circle situation. Doesn't matter. It worked. It's effective. Tie game.
Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. A back and forth first quarter ends with no advantage either side. You say definitely aired it out a lot more than Georgiou and the Buffalo Bills, or maybe not more so than, but the last little bit for the Buffalo Bills was just a little bit of assistance from James Cook and then the screen. Juice Tay, though, treats Breece Hall like a receiver, and he busts off for a huge one after coverage is just completely taken advantage of.
Well, there you go. Well, if you find an exploitation, use it early and use it often. But that said, though, even though it is a tie game and it's still the first, I still think that Georgiou does have the bit of the fatigue advantage. He did 2 straight series. He's pretty warm. I can't see he lost a step. Use a 10-minute break to his advantage, and it is in mid-season or mid-game form.
To see this mid-season form, always the crucial. Now it's going to be a little rush up the middle 2 yards or so. Trying to get involved in the rushing game, but this just doesn't seem like either of these teams are going to be giving up the yards on the ground as easily. As I say that, it's a big bust right here. You string 2 running plays together and you'll confuse any Madden player.
Yeah, I can't really knock them for that one. The first one was going to be busted open, but they tripped over a sliding defender who missed their coverage. So might as well go back to, well, that worked. It did. First down.
Press set. New look on life. Stephon Diggs gets this one out. Gets a little bit of assistance. 60 tries to get involved and does. Probably helps Diggs purchase another yard or so.
Yeah, it's not so much of a first down type play, but it was kind of interesting that it was out there on the island just waiting for a pass. Hello, defense? What's going on?
Defense tries to answer with a little bit of pressure, but that's going to be Davis beating his and getting to the outside to stop this clock as well. Not that this is like really necessary to stop clock this early, Novanta, but it also does just, there's just less pressure on your offense as you're going through and trying to pick plays. Gabe Davis playing the release valve when steam does come. Gabe Davis answers.
So I do think it's a good point you mentioned up there. Look, the tie game, we're talking about the momentum for the Bills, but if you have a situation where there is coverage, you blow past them, the last thing you want to do is rush yourself into a play because you're feeling it, right? It's the opposite of momentum. And the reason being is that if you stop the clock after doing it, you cause the defense, the one that got the short end of the stick, to think about what they did and the mistakes they made with an idea, hopefully, that compounds over time.
And those interests will pay off in dividends later on in this game. Really got to focus on the first half as of right now. Jordu, they're going to spin gold from straws. Coverage, so the lineup has pretty much been accepted every single time. You have that newer look there on the outsides, and then bring him in as you see fit. Josh Allen rolling all the way back and barely gets this one out.
Yeah, the locked loose of the ball, again, bailing him out, but it was definitely not a situation to be in, to be chased 5 yards backwards. That's kind of an embarrassing look for any QB.
It's entirely fair. Entirely fair. Difference between Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen is just that mobility and the ability to get that one out. Aaron Rodgers obviously way more of a pocket presence. Nicely done. Okay, so talk about offensive stuff all day long. That's a little bit of a blown opportunity there for a couple different tackles for Juste.
Well, Jordu has done what Jordu has done best. It's really much just have this kind of loose and airy offense and then find a way to home down. We talked about the anaconda before, and we're seeing that now. Even though it's only a touchdown between them, I do think the pace of play and the possession is benefiting the Buffalo Bills currently.
And it's really just about setting that and like kind of controlling that all the way through. So far, that has been the Bills thus far. Maybe an opportunity to make this a non-factor first hit. Not as good as the second, but is going to be enough, and an extra 15, count them, 15 yards on the kickoff return. It's almost like players should do this more often.
Well done. Well played.
Ooh, Lewis going bird hunting out here and finding a brown round one from the skies here. Buffalo Bills and Jordu take the lead and take possession on that INT.
Yeah, this play was pretty much read from the get-go. Defense knew exactly what it is to open up a tunnel, giving the QB a false sense of security, and after the snap, it was all a sea of white.
There it is. Cook almost gets himself to that CO green to the end. Big rush. Now, this is still only the second quarter, so no harm, no foul so far. Whatever is done in the first half can be undone in the second, especially given that Jordu got this ball to receive in the first. Juste be getting in the second. You hold this to 0 or 3, you can consider that like a bad INT, but not really paying the price for it at the other side.
I mean, you're right about things can be undone in the second, but we saw today things could be undone in games 2 and 3 as well.
100% agree. Cook, running game, rushing defense, here for Juste, and the Jets just not looking as stout as it has been before.
Yeah, as we're talking about the pacing of play, right? Going slow and then turning up the heat and dialing it back. It is a very risky proposition if you're not in control of your team or your playbook. But if you are, and Jordu seems the part that right now, it can be very effective of icing out your opponent.
Reason him out here is James Cook gets a little bit of assistance from Josh Allen as he just stands there like a bystander at a bus station, doesn't block anybody, and watches his running back hit the ground hard. Hate it.
Those will break your heart. Yeah, you find a way to totally make your defense look silly, and you get stopped by some pixels on your own side. Yikes.
Just like literally, like hands down by his side. So like he's about to get called in line because his burrito's been made.
I had the extra guac. Touchdown Bills, baby.
There you go. A little bit on top. Josh Allen paid for it. Nicely done. 21 points now on the board. An easy one there into Shakir. Talk about that kind of release valve of pressure, steam, whatever you want to call it. Shakir has definitely been playing that role as well, Novanta.
Yeah, and the thing about that is being able to be that crux, that linchpin is so valuable, especially in tournament play. And if Jordan is fortunate enough to go on and go to Detroit, I wonder if that would work with a live audience cheering behind them.
You always got to talk about the lights and the sounds. Been saying it multiple times so far. Like, how is that going to affect? Are you going to let that pressure like just crush you? Because we all know pressure also creates diamonds. Will that be you under the lights and the sounds in front of the next generation of NFL talent? Lazard kind of getting hit in the bottom, about as close to a chop as you'd come to see it, but obviously within the game, not going to be dictated the same.
No, no, I wouldn't know about that. In the Wheel of Pressure, I'm a tomato. I am a raw egg. Just off too much pressure in life. But I wonder what's more difficult: playing with a crowd with everyone behind you, or a game like this where you have to be in ready state for 2, 4, 6 hours in a weekend evening.
Yeah, we did give Jordu a little bit of time, right? Juice Tay had a little bit of time between his games. Wanted to afford that a little bit to Jordu. Jordu playing it really well right now, even after giving up a big throw. Still a 2-score differential. Eventually, if you're Juice Tay, you want to start talking about running this clock out as well, using this one down to about 5 seconds now. Brees Hall is going to keep this rock, not get to the outside. He does get a juke around 4 or 5 different players, gets the first down plus some. So that's going to be a little bit more time runoff here. Juice Tay will dictate just how much.
Yeah, win, lose, or draw. That's definitely a clippable play. Just juking 4 people in the same run. That's pretty fun to watch.
Perfect timing and no real like precognizance about it from the defenders either, even if a couple of them had been user controlled. But now, last little bit here, Juice Tay and shown themselves comfortable with taking 3 points as well. But Hall's got to get to the outside. 20 seconds now after another fresh set of downs.
Another fresh set of downs, another opportunity to get yourself back into this game. Juice State usually the forfeit function before. The last thing you want to do is do it multiple times on the same stream, and it really helps out to get yourself close to make sure you're in striking distance.
Striking distance, exactly what Jets have found themselves in. Now it's just time to take off. Loading down this left side yet again as they hand off to Brees Hall, though. Gonna juke his way in for a yard or so. There's a timeout now called, as now with at least 2 of them before. Juice State doesn't want to even think about 3 points. It's 7-0 until you really get down that call. Really don't want to have to use your timeout here either. I'm leaning more pass than run.
Is Aaron Rodgers considered one of the best Jets quarterbacks already, you think?
That's... If I was anybody who's ever played for the Jets, I'd take offense, but like you might actually be right. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Sorry, Testaverde. Move over
Yeah,
there,
like
Boomer
I mean,
Esiason.
there's
It's
no comparison to him and say Zach Wilson. I mean, I think did Vic play there for a season
I
way
don't
back in the
think
day?
so. I don't
Because
think
he
so.
bounced around a little bit towards the end of the career. I'm not
That
sure, man. Maybe so.
Ooh.
Broken up. Decision time. Decision time.
Oh, he was 2014 New York Jets. I
Yeah.
had no idea.
Yeah, I thought so because that was after yeah.
Yeah.
3 points getting attempted right now. I saw in my head, like I saw is like I've seen the man in a Jets jersey. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, I've learned something new today.
Something tells me he wouldn't be donning a Jets jersey unless he was paid millions of dollars to do so too.
Yeah, I hear that part I get. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, though, I mean, does that really count? I mean, Aaron Rodgers it's a 3-year contract, right? 4-year contract.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah,
3
so
years.
he's just not a one and done. He's just not a single season. He's definitely starting at the beginning of this next, where Zach Wilson will be, if they choose not to, utilize him as the backup there for a aging quarterback who is great, but may be towards the end of his career. Not going to say for definitively, I suppose, but maybe.
Well, last I heard, Zach Wilson was okay with looking for other teams. He got the okay to look for other squads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe he found a home quite yet, and I feel like that would be. Yeah, nothing there. There is the Daily Mail talking about how he listed his home for sale, so that obviously means a lot. It's kind of weird the amount of information we have access to these men playing in the NFL these days, right?
It is interesting. Back in the day, you're like, oh yeah, they live places. That's cool.
They live places. There you go. I mean, yeah, whatever.
They
That's
shop
kind of like
us.
the classic joke about like a player getting shipped out and having to sell his house and move his tell his wife they're moving again and get his kids out of like out of school and stuff. Some people think it's like a funny joke, but I don't know.
It
One of
does
those things,
happen.
like it's real life, dude. Real life.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, imagine if you pulled out Rogers in this tournament and played Wilson. That would be the ultimate flex.
Yeah. What would you do that for? I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess Zach Wilson's like a little bit more mobile. If you just like couldn't complete a single pass anywhere, you just decided to stop doing it. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think. I can't really think of a situation. Big bomb, big bomb, big bomb. Gibson beats not one but two of them. Jordan Poyer and another embarrassed on that one as Juice Tay comes roaring back in this game.
Well, Juice said, I'm down. Let's play NFL Street, and it worked out for them. Not the smartest play, but it was effective. Kind of like a haymaker punch.
There you go. 2 points coming in here to try and do something to overcome the field goal deficit that they had a little bit earlier. Surveying around, got to get this out. Does not. Rogers gets drilled down probably 20 yards off this line of scrimmage. Going to remain a 5-point game here. His onside kick attempted. Nobody can be surprised at this one. Bam, bam. Caught it down low, though. And that, man, number 53 right there was like hanging on to his entire right arm. I was thinking if it was going to happen, it was going to happen like that.
I felt like I was watching Doctor Strange or Everything Everywhere All at Once because of the alternate universe, that 2-point conversion hit, and we have ourselves a different ball game. But as it is right now, it's 21-16. So talk about the clock. It definitely is a possession game now for these two sides.
Yeah, but just a single possession as well. And the simple fact that a touchdown doesn't just tie, it takes the lead here. Even if you miss that extra point, that's got to be on the minds of Jordu as of right now. Like this is a lead, but it's not like a true, real lead. Speaking about a lead or perhaps lead, that's Quentin Williams dropping you like a sack of one. Sack of some? Lead? Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Sack of potatoes? Yeah. Third down conversion for 22 would be kind of fun, but it's going to be a difficult challenge right now. All those mistakes.
Regarding Garrett Wilson so far, it's been a lot of plays and a lot of bombs up to it. That's gonna be perfect little pick right here as Georgie was trying to get something going.
Oh, yeah. Third down punt. I love it. Yeah. Whew.
Tay is not unfamiliar with the art of the comeback here. And now Brees Hall busting out to the left corner. Perfectly timed, has a whole convoy of players after him. But he's got the juice and gets inside. Taking the lead is Tay.
So let's break down this scoring drive here. So when Juice was on defense, what they did was a crucial sack that really forced Jordan to make a really rash decision based on emotion, and it was picked off. And now you had yourself was one lucky pass, and it was off to the races. And now we have ourselves a different game.
Gibson brought over probably for blocking duties. No, he's going to be for the 2-pointer. A perfect diversion. Everybody expected Gibson's hands to come up for the block. Comes up for the ball. Fantastic stuff. And now a 3-point differential. These two teams.
Wow. Just like that, tables have turned. And even though it felt like it was Jordan's game to lose, it definitely feels like Juice has gone back into his comeback bag and is looking at a 3-point lead. And talk about, I don't know, it's kind of early yet, but it does feel the best kind of hero story of coming out the lower bracket after a hot start if Juice somehow pulls this off.
The earned in every way, shape, and form. Last Georgiou offense ended with a near red zone pick. That one gets drilled down. Davis does bring it in. Allen, 9 passes on 11 attempts right there. Gabe Davis has taken 3 of them for 51. My, oh my.
Ooh, what a catch.
Stays inside?
Oh, what a catch. Well, the crowd erupted into a magnitude of roses. I figured it was, but what a catch. Critical and definitely needed.
Gibbs and Davis both getting a whole lot of love right now. Those trips. A couple of different options. And yeah, easy decision there for Cook.
Oh, man.
Oh no, the defender drilled down by the teammate, spinning around. No concern for the knees.
just took your teammate out of the game. What just happened? Flag on the play, encroachment. Okay, only 1 yard. I'm about to say that last play was clean, man.
Believe the encroachment was intentional there. Half distance to the goal doesn't really matter at this point, and Juice State need a little bit more time on the defense. The hurry up was attempted there from Jordu. Wise decisions to take the penalty on this one. Audibles all over the place for both teams as man coverage is brought in close, drilled down. James Cook gets nowhere.
Just thought wrong, chose wrong, and paid dearly for it.
What, 3-yard loss or so. That was rather close earlier. The rush, honestly, the way that Jordu has been benefiting off the rush and then rush again in this pass-heavy type of game, not against it, but it's going to be a pass to James Cook. Utilize him in the passing game, not so much the rushing game on that touchdown.
I think Juice Take had realized 1 second too late, or else that would have been another pick, man. I got to be honest with you.
That
back and
was
forth.
a couple of defenders that have some sticky hands that were really close on that inside angle, but got it perfectly to the outside. I believe James Cook was even kind of leaning in for it, or leaving. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Keeping the toes inside.
Let's go.
Let's done. 8 yards.
I'll take it. That's how winnering's done.
Of that Juice Tay. Again, no stranger to the comeback. I feel like we were just in this situation. It was Brees Hall. Oh, man, the last time this happened. Yeah, this time obviously would have been right side post, right side pylon, not left side, but that was almost it yet again.
One juke away from glory, it seemed like there, but just a couple ankle biters, and that was pretty much the end of that one.
That's the Madden like Hall of Fame book that's going to be written like about the competition, right? One juke away from fame.
Fact. It's like true but tragic at the same time.
Just goes to show the dramatics of the game. I think barely gets this one out as Rodgers does that 180 turn that you see in like CS or something like that. Once you hear somebody walking.
Okay, I figured out the 3 best quarterbacks the Jets ever had were Namath, Rodgers, and Favre, right? It has to be.
That Favre played in the Jets.
Yeah, he played in the Jets.
Also finishes. Oh yeah. I feel like I heard people talking about that when Aaron Rodgers went there. I did not. I don't think I didn't really watch a whole lot of professional football. Like, I really got interested in like 2013, 2014. It was mostly just college ball up until then.
Fair enough, because you were USC, right?
Yes, sir. The University of South Carolina.
Right. I applied. They turned me down, so I hated them.
I hate them for you.
Yeah, I mean,
Totally
probably
kidding.
one of the best schools in the region, but they didn't accept me, so boo.
I knew that's always where I wanted to go. A couple generations now, my family have gone there. My grandmother taught there for 40 years or something like that. They literally still use her business books.
Wow.
Yeah, just updated and revised and stuff like that.
Okay. That's awesome, because like textbooks are like $1,000 a page now, right? So you're like, guys, you have to buy my book for my class if you want to pass.
She dictated the price, actually, her specifically. $1,000
Nice.
a page.
Nice.
Totally kidding, of course. Set by somebody else, but yeah. And especially like I did the classic, like did 2 years at a different school, you know, to get prereqs and stuff like that out of the way, and then went up there, save some money.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Like I said, they were my second school, and they said no.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
They would have loved to have had you, man.
No, I'm not bitter. No, that's cool.
Not bitter. 12 years later.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Rodgers escapes the pocket, gets out from the back. Brees Hall treated as a receiver yet again, and defenders, wow, getting tripped up over each other yet again. At a certain point, if you're Jordan, you just have to realize how these defenders are going to be running when you immediately take over the user control. That's you know, I'm not sure if there's a name for it. There probably is. I'm showing my ignorance here, but like the ability to tell like at what angle and speed and velocity, I suppose is the correct term, that your player is going in. And then like when you come in there, you're not interrupting that by having like a dead stick, right?
Yeah, absolutely. When you have someone who's that educated with the juke buttons and the trick moves, you have two options. You can either drop back and try to pinpoint where they're going to be in hopes to tackle them, or you become like a battering ram or a sledgehammer and starts tackling air and hope you do something. If you're chasing someone and you're trying to go where they are now, you're going to lose every single time. And that's
Hmm.
what Juice has been doing all afternoon.
And it cannot agree more. You have to go where they're going, not where they are at. You're going where they're at, they will be gone by the time you get there. I promise.
Hmm.
Josh Allen in the back. Cook to his right. Handoff, bodyguard. Gonna be handoff this time. And just, wow, cut in half across the middle. 12 attempts right now and 46 yards.
Turned him into a 2D sprite. You saw that? Splat.
It really was hardest hit we think we've seen on the line of scrimmage so far today between these two teams. Up to the corner, Gabe Davis. Gonna be enough for a first down. I think this fifth, be a sixth right there for Gabe Davis.
Yeah. Just having one of those days. But I've seen so many Bills games, man.
Fourth. We're on 66 still. Double digit plus average per catch here. Is Jordu trying to orchestrate the comeback? This means burning a lot of time to get there. Cook. So I gotta say, given that Jordu wants to burn a lot of time. He wants to come up and get a touchdown and just quickly end this game number one, push it to game number two with a 1-0 lead. But the action of cutting that in, like you could have run up to like a lot farther than that. I really do feel like he could have gotten all the way, but at least a lot farther than that to have not just gotten the first down, but like a lot more. It made this a lot easy for yourself.
Yeah, I know. There's that balance, right, of the time outs you have and now the 2 minute warning. And you try to do things as quick as possible and then just put the stone wall up for the defense or try to get down to the minute or less. And I think every person has the right answer for that. But you're
Mm.
right. I mean, going straight up is could be risky. Thankfully, not a lot of fumbles have happened in these series, but
Ooh,
shots like that are not good to see.
they are not. They are not. This is turned into an even harder 3-point attempt if that's what this all comes down to. At least one play likely to before we find out, though. Jordy's not the kind to not go for gold and settle for a tie to push it to extra periods. Cook gets it. 4th and 1. This decision just got a lot easier.
Oh, absolutely. Thought it was going to be the first down, but it's fun to stand. 9 is cool. Almost as good as 10. They push it forward.
They don't ask Buffalo that question again if they don't get it after this play. Burning time. Sand out the hourglass right now. In hand, nobody there. Big bomb. Dawson Knox raises the head and shows up. The time is right. 11th hour play there from Dawson Knox. Jordy takes the lead back. Now you go for one just to make this not a 3-point game. Yeah, obviously. Okay. Calm down, Navanta. Calm down. Jesus.
I'm sorry. I got hot and bothered. But what a bomb that actually worked out. I saw it dropped, but I guess I'm not good at predicting the future. Don't call me Nostradamus. But yes, a 4-point lead separates these two teams right now. And it's only less than a minute to go. So it's definitely doable if you're Joe Duke.
Let me ask: do we just find up another nickname, another gamer tag here for you? Because you got like about a dozen different nicknames
Just
that
add
call
to
you
the
in different
list.
situations, for different events and whatnot.
Just add to the list, y'all.
Man of many names. Man of many names. Depends on the day of the week. Aaron
Absolutely.
Rodgers back here. Gets this one out. Uzuma is going to be good for 5. Here comes a timeout for the Juice Tay-led New York Jets. 30-yard line, not great positioning, but the way they've been airing it out in 53 seconds is plenty of time for Aaron Rodgers to march his troops down the field.
Can't even write anything off because out of nowhere, everyone has a 40-yard bomb. Like, oh, by the way, there's this.
Okay, what was that about 40-yard bombs? How about a 23-yard bomb, excuse me. Way down this field. 406 total yardage. Defense optional in this game.
That's one way I like it. Trust me, 63 defensive classics are cool to talk about, but being live and watching them, it's like, ooh.
That's very, very fair. Very, very fair. was that? That was like a Steelers game kind of, but more like a Browns game this past. You know what I'm saying? Like 10-6. Okay, you know, we got one touchdown this entire game between two teams.
Right. Like if someone told me, "Hey, last week's game ended 2-0," I'd be like, "What?"
You
But I
know,
would sit there and be in the stands and
"Ooh?"
watch a 2-0 game. That would be
Yeah.
like the worst.
Has there ever been like a 4-2 game? Obviously, like four only possible by not one but two safeties.
Oh, there should be. Oh,
That's
what a
got to be a score
pass!
agame, like a unique score.
Right. That's
That
definitely one
actually
for our
sounds like
researchers.
one of those games from like the 30s where they literally did not throw the ball like ever, and they like settled for field goals back when the goalposts were up at the front and people would like run into them and knock themselves out.
Where games end at sundown because the lights weren't on.
Yes, exactly. Like they cannot play past a certain time. They like record the time and stuff like that. Wilson gets jostled a little bit inside though, but 53 seconds was plenty for Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills, and Jordu, or excuse me, for Juice Tay, New York Jets, and Aaron Rodgers. My bad. I think this will be plenty. 34 seconds for Josh Allen, the Buffalo Bills, and Jordu. A lot of names there. Sorry.
Now, on paper, it would be, and I don't want to write anything off, but you have to admit that Juice has just been way more efficient with our offensive drive. So it's definitely doable for Jordan, but it's going to be a bigger challenge given the clock.
This goes up. Fair catch called. 34 seconds. Not even one of them wants to be utilized in a not offensive play. Team Hines and everyone else can be figuring out how they want to go. Josh Allen in the back as of right now. Single back. Everyone jostled in, so line of scrimmage just got bigger here across the middle offensively. Snap comes out, barely gets this one out. That's going to be a loss of a yard, or loss of a play, no loss of a yardage.
Had there been a second member of Gangrene, that was going to be sent the other way.
Yeah, like there was another player there. Obviously, just so hard to kind of get under this one. Comes Davis operating on the line of scrimmage, getting more help over the left side, across the middle. Reed Jr. picks this one off, and I think we have a conclusion for our game number one.
Well, that is just unfortunate to say the least. And I thought for a second there with the camera chains that it would be recovered in midair, but nope, right down the middle, right to a member of the Jets.
Run the ball, run the ball, run the ball a third time, and just a fourth just for a little bit of flavor. 5 rushes on 123 yards and a touch. Brees Hall also has, I think, 160 reception yards.
Yeah, definitely target number one, right?
Yes.
WR1, RB1, TE1, everybody
Everything. Get this guy throwing through rock, and he'll be all across this field, literally. 38-35 is going to be the first here for Juice Tay off the back of a crucial 11th hour interception.
Wow. It's funny how this game will not give you interceptions until the most critical time, but definitely Georgia was kind of put in a situation where they had another emotional play. I think there was time to do one more running play to get yourself closer to get that field goal. But of course, I'm in the booth doing the whole armchair quarterback thing. So if you're Georgia watching, I know you could totally beat me any day of the week. But look, they're against the wall. They have it's a 2 games in hand. It's a best of 3. Here's a chance for them to really put the pressure on in game 2.
So Juice Tay going to be putting in a solid foot forward there in that game too, like Navanta said. Coming back on this, and it's our time to examine mistakes again. Want to back up Navanta's point, like, we only have so much here, and obviously looking at it all from the top down here, armchair quarterback on Monday morning, easy to do. But this is another example of it just being simply kind of hard to pull a lot of real differences between Jordu out from the Alabama A&M and Juice Tay out of Charlotte University. First and foremost, realizing that Brees Hall was going to be utilized this much, should have been realized in the first half or so. Especially, there's not an excuse to consistently allow a running back to put up, because this wasn't 3 receptions and 160 yards, and just every single one happened to bust off. No, it was 8 receptions on 156 yards or something like this. And after a certain point, you have to start learning to adjust your coverage to include Brees Hall in that one.
I am with you. I really think that Jordu wanted to have a good old classic boxing match, but your boy Juste was doing the street fight thing. So it's kind of like a different kind of tactics. You got kind of stunned. Now you got to go to their level. I know I always say you have to dictate the pace, and that's how you win. No,
Hmm.
it is really on Jordu now to really do kind of a scrappy, unorthodox style of play to even up the series.
Good news here for Jordu is that, as you can see by this sea of blue, right, and red, we are in the Buffalo Bills home. No snow, no snow out, white out situations here on this. We will not be delaying this game. Abikonda gonna be able to get this one up to the 27. A couple of yards will be their advantage for taking this out.
Have you been to Buffalo or the stadium out there?
I've actually only been inside of 2 NFL stadiums before, and I've ever actually not been to a game.
Okay, what's the other one?
Sorry?
You've been to two. What's the other one? 'Cause I assume Allegiant, right? What's the other one?
Yes, Legion of Bank of America.
Bank of America. Right.
Carolina Panthers.
Right. True. You did mention that about 4 hours ago. I apologize.
It's a long day. Oh, can we say it now? It's been a long day,
It's been a
guys.
long day. Yeah. Like you
Yeah.
failed the quiz, Novanto. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
A long day, but this one is not with over. Whoa, not over with yet, but could be. This is, of course, series point for the side of Juice Tay. Okay, weaving the way and coming up with a lot. Again, strong to gold here for Alan Lazard.
Yeah, those user inputted jukes are just so hard to pin down, getting yard after yard after yard, which ultimately piles up for Juice Tay.
Definitely do that. Alan Lazard. It's always been kind of like a first play kind of situation. Garrett Wilson, the real #1 receiver for this squad, Brees Hall notwithstanding, is going to be able to get this one out to Biggins. Juice Tay starting this one off fine as wide.
Fine as wine. Again, no score, but it does feel like Juice Tate knows what he has to do and hasn't been doing it all day, save for an unfortunate series early. So I've only nothing to go back to this. I do think Jordan has have a little bit of frustration just the way they're lining up here.
Oh, big bomb. There you go. Brings it inside, and Juice Tay converts this one into 7. Number 17 with a big touch and a stanky leg at the end.
Wow, man, celebrating the first quarter.
Brutal.
The
Brutal.
disrespect. Disrespect.
Chop him up and serve him on a plate. Garrett Wilson is getting this one going early.
Yikes. 7-up. You know, I always talk about like the kind of trash talk and taunting we used to do. We used to play Madden. We will reach over and say, you know, your defense is offensive or whatever. And I wonder that the same thing kind of comes across. Do you play with the microphone on when you play games, or you make sure that's all muted when you play these ones?
Back in the day, I think I did a little bit, but honestly, most of my Madden play back in the day was with friends, like playing on split screen type stuff. And maybe old man moment a little bit, or like playing online with a friend, like with somebody I knew while I was in Discord. So, I guess yes. Just you, if you're asking about like open VoIP, like just playing like casual or competitive against random people,
Yeah.
usually not. Like I can't remember a time I've ever done that. Like playing ranked and like tried to get in VoIP with my opponent. No.
Oh yeah, you know, I work a microphone for a living. I do all these events. I am such a scaredy cat when it comes to playing esports with a microphone on. So I
And
respect
also, a
that.
lot of it is like, I don't know. It always makes you feel good to get recognized too, you know. But sometimes I just want to chill. I just want to game.
Okay, now you flexing.
I'm sure you've gotten recognized a few times. Not really a flex if that's the case, my friend.
Not online.
I'm gonna give y'all an update. I don't believe you. I'll give y'all an update though. No Mercy Lambo. Noah up next. Down to the wire is gonna be No Mercy Lambo punching that ticket though to winners finals. Luke plays No Mercy Lambo. Gonna be doing battle there tomorrow. I believe we'll be starting off with that match. Noah up next, and Neighbor set to do battle now on the lower side of this bracket. Winner of Noah up next, and Neighbor will be facing against this winner of Juice Tay and Jordu. Juice up 1-0 in the series, up 7-0 within this specific game. Allen rolling all the way back.
You know what I realized?
What did you realize, Navanto?
I can't think of the last time I had a ticket physically punched. Well, I think a Pigberry. Like I can't like use it as like a scanner or they rip
That's a
it.
really good question,
But an
actually.
actual like, it's been years. It's been almost like 10 years.
Oh, there's a convenience store next to my house that if you buy like 10 things like more than $10 or 12, $20 or something like that, I can't remember. I literally
Yeah,
always try to remember to bring it in. And then I like whenever I go places, I usually just bring in my card. Like I don't bring my full wallet and it's in my wallet. I
yeah.
just leave it in my car. It's probably like a really bad habit, honestly. Um,
So is it stamped or is it actual like a hole
no,
in
no,
the
it's
ticket
actually
thing?
like a hole in it, which I've told him before is like anybody can do this, but it's also a very small like mom and pop shop convenience store, and so not a whole lot of people go there, and they it's literally just he or she there all the time, so they would know.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I've learned something.
But
You know.
yeah, so to answer your question, it's probably been 6 months because I go there probably like once every other week or so, and purchase things. I just forget to get my ticket punched because nobody punches tickets anymore.
Well, absolutely. Yeah. I
It's
think
a good point, dude.
it had to
Everything
be a
just
Yoga
has
shop. Yeah, it's all digital.
yeah, everything just has a QR code on it now, right? Or a barcode.
Features
I
now.
was thinking maybe even like parking on the strip and stuff like that, but yeah, even that's not a they don't like actually put a hole in your ticket anymore. They literally just scan the well now they don't you don't even need your ticket. Gabe
Nope.
Davis though he definitely doesn't need a ticket. He has a ticket to ride all the way yet.
Oh,
Okay, never mind. Gonna be down on the one.
that
Um,
the most dramatic one. The
yeah,
most
right.
dramatic 1 year flop.
Encroachment there again. Just Tate realizes that he needs a little bit of time to figure out his defensive after the hurry up. Intentional penalty to lose all of an inch or two. But yeah, no. Now, like you drive through there with your Nevada license, and if you haven't been parking there for less than 3 hours, it just opens like already.
Oh wow. Oh.
Just like the
Ooh.
what? That's two plays now. I could have sworn maybe it's just the angler or something like that. Just sworn they actually beat feet inside and broke the plane.
Oh man,
James Cook yet
Jordy, what are
again.
you
That
doing?
definitely wasn't. That definitely was not. 3 rushes in a row. What do you think is coming next?
I think Jordan needs to score, or else it's going to be just you might as well FF now. In
Ooh,
the first.
brutal, brutal.
I don't mean that literally. I mean that
I know, I
figuratively.
know.
Got check time there for Buffalo
Mm-hmm.
after being stopped
Mm-hmm.
3 times in a row. Look
Rolling
out.
to the outside. He'd have a little bit of space to the inside. Tries to get it out, and that's not going to be any advantage because he actually threw it. If he just held this, like really protected this rock, could have at least slid up or even risk a little bit of a hit, a little bit of a hit again. Not no cut in half clothesline now.
They have to score, or else we'll have very serious questions about their winning prospects today.
Oh boy, the worst thing possible just happened. Johnson now bringing this one out. Johnson the second, number 11, running out. That's a miss. This is going to be going to the house. You can cash it for 6 at the window. Oh, come on.
I got my stamp card and everything. Again,
Oh,
here's why that's important. There was many plays stopped with the line. Defense was strong, but then you forced a very emotional play there. Wow, that play was a game-changing thing. We're just going to see it again, picture in picture. And now we have ourselves a situation here where we can really get 2 touchdowns back to back.
Lazard, but like brushed out there at the end though. That's going to be enough for like 7. If they don't get this off the pick, that's going to be probably the worst thing could possibly happen here for Juice Tay. Xavier Gibson, actually a little bit slow to get up right there. Obviously not the same emphasis that does have in real life. At 3rd and 3 now for the Aaron Rodgers-led New York Jets.
Man, talk about the mechanics. These teams are very solid, very strong, but when you have a mental breakdown, not quite literally, but just not being able to score so close to goal, those are the things that stay in the back of your head, even if you score later on. I hope that wasn't a critical run there for Jordan.
Rodgers, 4th and 3. Probably taking this one to the second half or maybe snap it. I was going to say maybe snap it. Maybe snap it this one, just to try and get a playoff catcher. Defense unaware is not going to happen. Not going to happen. 7-0. The end of this first quarter, excuse me. We're due. Buffalo Bills yet to put a point on the board in this game.
I mean, you got the run. You got so close. You run into your teammate, which is a mistake. You land the 1 yard line, didn't score, and threw an interception, and it's been all Jets ever since. Wow. I can't not think about it.
No, no, number 11 taking that one down right in the end zone as well. I was initially thinking like, hey man, go down, take the 25. He saw the scene that I never saw like appear in front of his eyes, and now it's going to be an easy one. Lazar right up close and personal. That's going to be another passing play for this squad.
Oh man, I can only imagine the Capri Sun and orange slices Zach Wilson's preparing because 2 touchdowns back to back. Jets are rolling.
Garrett Wilson's going to be loving that one. Going to the teammate though, it's like always about the differentiating pressure, right? Alan Lazard just simply does not garner that same amount of pressure.
It's unfortunate, but we talked about gut check time. Now is a real one here. It's still only the second, only the first half still. Let's see what we have with the plan for Buffalo. No running back. Smart move here for the first time. I want to say that. Smart move. Take the time to think about what you want to do.
Yeah, let's take a little bit more time. Starting off this drive, though, this is a do or die type situation. You've just had 14 points dropped on your head in the first, 5 minutes and 3 seconds, not just first quarter, but 5 minutes and 3 seconds, even with similar amounts of offensive yardage. This is the drive that ended last time. Ooh, is going to get drilled down right there as well. Swimming up to him is that receiver. I think that might have been Davis, maybe Sauce Gardner, not 100% sure. Allen now back in the gun. 4 or 5 yards off of this one. James Cook gives no coverage. Goes up for it. That's going to be a fumble. Is going to be recovered by number 88, though.
Yeah, I was talking about how rare fumbles were. Had that gone to the Jets, that would have been the worst possible scenario.
Scoop, nevertheless, the score. Got to agree with you. Shakir, though, hit once and then twice. Man, oh man, just rocketed right there. IRL again. We'd be checking that man in a tint that's blue on the sidelines.
Hey, Russia, it's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, right.
Dust yourself off.
In Soviet Russia, you check yourself. Ooh, Brox breaks this one up. Davis looking more like a defender on that one, and this is tossed into like triple coverage.
It was bobbled. So close to being caught.
Everybody brought in. And a heavily loaded left side, number 78. Brown just completely blows that coverage on the right side. Saw it happen, one's right around, and then just turns around, gets a front row seat to what is essentially a quarterback sack.
So now is the idea, the juggling game, right? You want to be able to push the yards up with a great pass. You're trying to look at your receivers, and then the O-line takes a snooze, opening yourself up for the attack. And so it's kind of those things where it's like one thing leads to another. It really becomes a spiral. They had no way to get themselves out of it. No better way to do it than to score.
Shut him up. Same play as a couple of times ago. Gonna be enough. Stephon Diggs purchasing them a little bit of wiggle room. Jordy's still alive in this one.
Still alive, still moving up the field, and oh, look out here. First down, baby.
There you go. Rush Justin completely necessary here for Jordu. 2 first downs in a row and on the 11. This is pretty ideal, actually. So you can rush this ball all the way up the middle, burn out a lot more of this time, and give Juice Tate a lot less to work with in this one. Second timeout, Juice Tate reads the writing on the walls because Quentin Williams gets involved. That tackle, a tackle that garnered them no real advantage. 2nd and 10 coming up.
Definitely a side quest for Juice Taste to make sure Drew does not score at all in the first half. Put the pressure on them to come up with something more drastic as the game rolls on.
That's a side quest. Would a main quest be like, live a fulfilled life? Die with a lot of people coming to your funeral or something like this. Leave a legacy.
Yeah, make sure you have your dinner order on standby. That's mission number 1. After this long day, in case of nourishment.
It's fair. It's fair. Big shout out both of these competitors. Been a longer day for them, slogging through. It's been long for us. I can only imagine what it is for them. Danger lurking. Ooh, what is this flag for? Illegal touching by Khalil Shakir. So loss of down here from Jordu. Even if that had happened right there, as Khalil Shakir was just trying to create a little bit of space for the teammate.
I've never seen a team in this situation make so many mental errors after seeing pressure. I think they're really spooked, unless I am mistaken.
I can agree with it. Rolling out like this is, yeah, rolling out like this and then cutting an angle like that is not going to yield positive results. Khalil Shakir, the result of why they were in this play, and it gives up on that one. Juice Tate runs it all the way back right at the 2-minute warning.
A little bit of flair there with no one around him, just to say a little exclamation point, and that's just a little bit of swagger, a lot of bit of swagger. My mistake.
Counting him out early on that one. Carter, too. I can't think of a Little Wayne reference. I'm sorry.
Oh, really?
I
Easy
like
F,
I had it
baby.
right there. I had it right there. Oh well.
I got you. I understand. One of the greatest of all time, so I've heard. No score from Buffalo, but 21 for the New York Jets, and we're not even at halftime yet.
Yeah, so decision time. Decision time. What do you do if you're Jordu? This has got to, you pretty much have to put all your eggs in the offensive basket and then simultaneously answer on defense when this comes back to you. I'm not saying all Hail Mary type situations, but you need a lot and you need it in just a little bit of time.
Yeah, if you want to get yourself back in there, you got to put the left foot, right foot, 6 foot, 7 foot to make sure you're in the zone. But again, time is of the essence. That's my little way of reverence, by the way.
Hmm.
I would say what you need to do is get yourself a little bit more time to decide. I feel like there's indecision in the pocket, and then next thing you know, you're being chased, and all the yards that you were chased were stacked end to end. Those would be at least 2 touchdowns at this point.
Yeah, like this is plenty of yardage, but just with nothing to show for it. Now twice in a row with picks right in the end zone. Novanta. Not ideal situations, but another opportunity coming up here for Jordu.
Oh yeah, Jordy again looking strong. I'm not sure if it's a situation of being, oh, what a catch there.
There you go.
Was the situation just being rattled, or just as you say, special power, being able to lull an opponent to also security and then just beat them into submission?
I really have to believe it's more of the second. This is only one offensive touchdown here, and taking advantage of the mistakes that the offense have been making there. Again, take too long to make a mistake, or to make a mistake, to make a decision. A decision's gonna make you.
Yeah, kind of advice for life there.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, yes, look before you leap, but you sit back pensive about some of life's biggest decisions, they will pass you by.
Damn, I leap first. Imagine that.
Eyes closed, that's Navanta way.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That was going to be a completion. That play had other intentions. Now you're
Mm,
3rd and 10.
broken up a little bit. I see Josh Allen kind of favoring that right foot. No, okay. Okay. I don't know how realistic, if they have those settings on and stuff like that, how realistic it would be represented. I've always wanted to speculate about a player's health, like in a football game, though.
Oh
Like, even if
yeah.
I just came on for 5 seconds to be like, oh no!
Oh, that was due. We saw the ball pop out all day, all way, but having the right port to be where you need to be, third INT of the day.
Quentin Williams, because so they obviously try to get these out so it'll be an incomplete pass, and even if your quarterback does take like a big fat sack against them, then at least the ball will be out and there'll be no yardage. But that's just brutal here. Jordu, he's got the soul of a competitor here, man. He's not going to give up here in the first half. This will be all like onside kick attempts for every scoring opportunity that he does have. Like if he makes the points, not going to give up here. But it's just got so much harder.
Yeah, there's so many things on the line, so much at stake. The prize money, the trip to Detroit, and more. You got to play out the best you can. But I got to ask you, talk about how many times do you get hit till you realize you can't go on?
How many ints how many of those? I mean, the first two you could definitely chalk up. The first one you can chalk up to over aggression, just trying to put points on the board, right? Just to get to the pacing of the Jets and of what Jusei has done. The second one, honestly, is more like you had time to survey and whatnot. The third one's just kind of unlucky. Like you're trying to purchase a lot, but the writing is already on the wall, and you have to be mega aggressive and you have to get points right now. And then it just turns into one of those pop ball plays out where that was Quentin Williams, I believe, who was able to get under it.
Wow, not just unfortunate, but really unfortunate. 3rd and 1 there for New York, and then they have time on their side. And I guess they're out of touchdowns. Trying to add something else before we go off
Hmm.
so a halftime break.
Micah Hyde right there, one of the star defensive players that Jordy was talking about with us in his interview. I believe that was open qualifier 3, maybe 2. A lot of competitions now. A lot of them are run together, especially once we're watching some of the same goats toss this rock. 6-7 right now on 96 yards and a touch for Aaron Rodgers. Only offensive touch. They're going to be settled for 24 points. This is still a 3-possession game, folks. This is very, very important to remember. But Jordu, yeah, this is going to be touchdowns with 2-point conversion attempts with a little onside kick attempt for flavor on the end for everything offensively for Jordu in the second half.
With all due respect, Tugboat, that is a lot to ask for.
Yeah, it is. But also, again, man, that heart, that soul of a competitor.
Ooh. But the ball was stripped. It wasn't, but that's not much of a game you'll want there in a situation.
As they get vertical with it by getting horizontal originally, but 2 seconds. And hey, why not air this bomb out? I mean, you're on the 21, a pick on the 31-41 should be able to get tackled down and push this into the second half.
Man.
See, though, that would be another risk, though.
Oh, yeah. And risk is something that, oh, my goodness me. That's another one.
Reed Jr. coming up, number 4, making you one with the floor. Second half we go. 24 points here for the Juice-led Jets.
Not a single point on the board, and the crowd here in Buffalo also frustrated with the performance.
Understandably frustrated here. Particularly, I'd say, with Josh Allen. These are offensive mistakes that have turned twice now into, I mean, one was a full-on pick six, one was a run down to like the 12, and they got it in immediately afterwards, right after the end of the first quarter. So essentially, points off of turnover, points off the interception, even if it wasn't direct pick six status. Can't be happy with that. Defense is only allowed up 1, though. You you can't complain too much about that across the entire first half when you give up so much back and forth. And when I say 1, of course, I mean touchdowns. Was 10 points total that they gave up, but still holding a Juice-Tay offense to a field goal at the end of the first half. That's still not a bad thing.
Yeah, I got to give a lot of credit to Juice-Tay as well. I mean, being able to put so much pressure when everyone's playing out the shotgun says a lot about your defensive focus. So props to them. It's not just Jordu making mistakes. It really is Juice-Tay putting on another level, a clinic here.
Really is. A YouTube video on what to do, how to play this one, both offensively and defensively. Cook does not get number 71. I believe that's Halls in front of him for the blocking efforts. Can't really get too much done after that one. 3rd and 5 coming out right now. Jordu. Audibles upon audibles. Needs points on the board. Probably needs at least one within the 3rd quarter. Another one afterwards. What?
That's number 4, and that one looked pretty much lined up. Arm was out there, and that right there was the death knell, so to speak. 2 straight games there for Juice-Tay. What a clinic!
Yeah, Juice-Tay. This was off the result of perfectly defensive plans that were laid down and just sung perfectly afterwards. This was positioning. This was taking advantage of pressure and just taking advantage of the mental of a Jordu-led Buffalo Bills that they had to score, and they had to score now. It was time to take risks. The gamble did not pay off there for Jordu. Big hats off to him. This was the lower bracket, so we know what that means, Navanta.
Yeah, unfortunately, that does mean it's the end of the line there for Jordu, and it was a fantastic run that they had. But you asked me 2 hours ago what would be the advantage of picking a quote-unquote weaker team like the Jets, and it's the element of surprise. No one saw it coming, but GG's to Juice-Tay. They move on.
Sauce Gardner, Quentin Williams, I can't remember the 3rd player's name. They got interceptions. Obviously, one of them getting 2 big ones. Williams just getting under this one, the big man catching it, the pop play out there. But 4 interceptions. I could not tell you the last time I cast a Madden match where a winning team came out at the end, regular time or overtime, with 4 interceptions. It just does not happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's destiny. It's fate. It's all that jazz.
Juice-Tay punching the ticket on a little bit farther, and I believe with that win, they're now going to be... So there's 5 total teams left, right? Wait, one? This drops down here. No, Juice-Tay, Juice-Tay just punched the ticket to the money at least. 4th place in the absolute worst position that Juice-Tay could get in. They're going to be playing the winner of No Up Next and Neighbor tomorrow. I can actually refresh this and see if we have that bracket set up here. Of course, the top side of the bracket is going to be No Mercy Lambo, and Luke Plays Lacrosse is not updated quite yet, so we're still waiting on results from Noah up next and Neighbor. But at the end of this, folks, we will have our top 4, and everybody is going to be getting at least $500 here for the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. Navant, it's been a fantastic day.
Yeah, it definitely has. To be in the money after so many weeks and so many plays and so many team selections is a fantastic reward. And tomorrow we'll be back here to see it up front to see who gets what. I can't wait.
Absolutely. 11 a.m. Or no, excuse me, 12 p.m. Pacific time will be our start over here. This, of course, has 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. I want to give a big shout out to our Rally Cry squad. There's Friggy Aster, everybody behind the scenes making our jobs as casters that much easier. We do very much appreciate them. Folks, thank you for watching. We'll be back. Catch you tomorrow. Same bat channel, same bat time.